Hello, Brian. Finally got this thing upgrading to Windows 10 Pro so I can disable the goddamn updates. Spent the last half hour trying to get it to turn on without doing updates. Critter time. Happy, yummy critter time. I see what you did there. What is it doing? It says 100% complete. And it's just sitting here. It's making me wait. Fun. Actually, I could temporarily open it up on here. I just got one today. Figure it's close enough to Murph where I can get the haircut now and it'll still be okay.
My name's Aaron Rodgers.
Got your ears lifted? I don't understand. Ah, okay. I've never played with a dual nozzle printer. The only multicolor printers I played with is 2-in-1. I know you need the nozzle offset, and I know from what I understand, most people do it by trial and error. So they physically measure the offset, between the nozzles with a ruler, and then they make a test print and they tweak the offset until the parts of the print line up. From what I understand, that's how they do that. I hate the barbers. $23. They're expensive. So I avoid it until the last moment. All right. Those logos. We'll see you later. Come on. Finish updating the damn computer. Yes, I know. To work on the sensor and to make it save the offset when you do an offset. I also just watched that guy's video where for, was it $9, you can replace the capacitive sensor with an inductive sensor. Problem goes away then. The rumor I'm hearing, I have to confirm this first, is that it has something to do with the electronics in the base, the SSR they use for powering the heat bed, and that it creates noise, and that noise is why the capacitive sensor doesn't read correctly, why you get the varying readings from the capacitive sensor. So somebody said that if you replace that SSR, that problem goes away, and the capacitive sensor works fine. So I'm going to test both. I'm going to get the induction sensor working. I actually got fed up with it a couple days ago because it kept printing too high. My slicer had a setting to start printing at 1.6 millimeters. Yeah, that would explain that. I did a multi-slice file and forgot to remove that start at option. So that explains that, because I've been using manual bed leveling. But apparently, but no matter what, I'm going to turn off automatic bed leveling on my Pro machines because it doesn't need it. The plate is so absolutely flat. I don't even want the machine to attempt to do a mesh movement of the Z-axis while it's printing. There's no reason to. The bed on these machines is so flat, it doesn't need it. But what I do want is that consistent homing so that it homes the correct distance every time. Somebody said you can test it by leveling and homing with the heat bed off. You do manual leveling with the heat bed off, and that should give you a consistent read then. It's finished. Restarting. Okay. But for now, I want the damn machine to just work. So I just bought the two sensors because they're only $9 a piece. And apparently it's 100% plug and play. You can snip the wires, solder these wires in, and put the inductive sensor in. You're good. So I'm going to switch to that. Working on updates. Really? I hate Microsoft. Hello, Gary. This is interesting. Yeah. All linear rails, and it's got a bigger build. I thought this was an Ender 3 size printer. It's not. It's like 260 by 310 by 305. So this is closer to CR10 build volume. So I'm kind of excited now. Ender 5 is nice. It is turning out to be my favorite go-to printer. While it doesn't have quite the print quality of the Ender 2, it's close enough with the TL smoothers, and it is just so rock solid. I just loaded up a print last night that was maximum build volume, 215 by 215 by 295 millimeters. And I didn't even look at it. I just hit go. And it did that 215 millimeter circle perfectly. And the bed was all the way down at the bottom because I don't have the backlash upgrade that they have on it, the new models now. So the bed drops when the printer turns off. And it brought it up and nailed the bed level perfect every time. It's just a damn good machine. I'll be bringing one to Murph. It is bigger. It's 50 millimeters bigger than the Ender 3. It's 220 by 220 by 300. So it's actually quite a bit bigger than the Ender 3. Hello, red light. Just had a print finish. It's an old file. If it's shifted, if you have a shift, there are two ways you can have a shift. You can have a shift because of a corrupted file. So you may want to load that G code into your slicer again and make sure the G code's okay, because your memory card might be bad or the file might be corrupt. Also, a shift would happen because of a mechanical fault. So a loose belt, a loose stepper motor, a loose wire to the stepper motor, improper for the plastic used, and you had a collision, which would cause a shift. Basically, you need to watch it when it does it and see what happens when it tries to do it. Okay, so now, hang on a second. I got to read this. gpedit.msc. Okay, computer configuration, administrative templates, Windows components, Windows update. Okay. Configure automatic updates. That wasn't good. Well, that print's going to have a nasty mark. I don't know what it skipped. It skipped some steps. I think there's, let's skip steps at the same exact spot someone else had a failure. It's all flat. There's no reason for it to do that. I wonder if there's a flaw in that model. I'm going to have to check that. Okay. There we go. Disable. Apply. Okay. That should do it. Windows Update should be disabled now. What a pain in the butt. Okay. Turn down the brightness so that doesn't use so much power. In fact, let's plug it in. Okay. Hey, don't do that. What'd you do? Come on. Pause. Damn it. Why isn't this working? Uh-oh. Why isn't this charging? It says we're good. Yeah, it says it's good. Now what? Why isn't this charging? Great. I think the charging jack on this thing is broken. It's always something, huh? Why isn't this working? I don't get it. Do I have another cable I can try? That's a USB-C. That won't work. There's a micro. No, 38%, which means it wasn't charging the last time I used it. There's a battery. Here's a battery. Fully charged. Are these all the same power? I think they are. Okay, that's working. Which means there's something wrong with this cable, but it works on my other devices. I don't get it. Let's hope this little cheap cable can handle 3 amps. There we go. So this cable, which works on the other devices, doesn't work on this device. I don't know why. Don't care. It's working now. That's all I care about. Well, hopefully it provides enough amps to charge faster than it discharges. Seriously, come on. Come on, work with me. Okay. Okay. That don't work. I don't know why. I got to figure that out later.
Remember when I
That's my price. Point. It's a rental scheme. And you have to pay $120 to escape the rental scheme. Which makes me sad. Okay. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And we are ready to go. And I have another machine coming in. I believe it's a machine. It's a DHL tracking number coming in Friday. That might be the new TiVo. You have Delta and Cartesian. You also have Core XY. I prefer the REFZCRJOGNOWX Cartesian style printers because they are manageable physically, while with Delta, it's mathematics. So if you're not good at the mathematics, it could be a problem. Unless you buy a nice Delta that has mesh leveling, then you're good. Hello, Slovakia. A new Firefox? No, go away. Nice. What's the difference between a Photon and a Photon S? And firmware editing. You got to be able to input those mathematical changes into the firmware for arm lengths and whatnot. Oh, they put linear rails on it now instead of the smooth rods embedded in the casing, or what? Nice. I noticed that guy online made a linear rail modification for his, and it says a lot better. Do it. You won't regret it. The CR10 Pro with the modified fans is so quiet you can sleep next to the machine. Have they switched to an array of UVs yet, or is it still the central bulb out? I'm trying to get the linear rail Delta. I snagged one on Amazon for $200, but the guy never shipped it. I got my money back, but I wanted the printer. The upgraded UV module, have they switched to an array of UV LEDs, or is it still that central bulb in the middle? I'd go with the Ender 5. It's about the same price as the Ender 3 Pro with a bigger build volume and better build structure. Otherwise, Ender 3 Pro. Especially if you want to do high temperature stuff. You want to do ABS, Ender 3 Pro. If you don't care about ABS, just get the Ender 3. The Ender 5, 50 extra millimeters on Z. So 220 by 220 by 300. Hello, Pittsburgh. The new UV printer that Creality is working on, I have no idea when or if they're going to release it, but it has an array of LEDs, which is something I've been asking for. Hello, Erie. Yeah, it looks like the Esun filaments they're not shiny unless they're hot. I've been printing them at 235. This is especially apparent when you use a bigger nozzle. I made this with the yellow using the 0.8 millimeter nozzle on my Ender 3, or my Ender 5. And it came out nice. This is the regular yellow, not the dark yellow. But that came out pretty slick. That's what I'm thinking. It's probably the Neros. Since I just got the ship notification for the other company who's sending me a printer, Weibo or something like that. They're sending me. And no, the Esun has a new line of filament. I have it listed in my links. It's their Silk line. They currently have 7 colors available on Amazon. Although I can't get the J-Synth yet. Not in the US. The power pack exploding. Oops. Yeah, use 5 to 7 millimeters. I use between 5 and 7 millimeters. It's usually a whim that I adjust it, but it's usually no less than 5 and no more than 7. Well, with the bigger nozzle, speed matters. Because with the bigger nozzle, speed affects how much delta you have, how much temperature you can actually push into the filament. And that's the problem I was running into. I was printing hot, but because I was running such a thick extrusion, not enough of that heat was actually getting into the filament. So the effective temperature of the filament was lower. So I had to slow down in order to give it enough heat. Nice. No, they let me keep them. It would cost them a fortune to ship the printer back, because if they want it back, they're going to have to pay the shipping. Boy, they got to work on that filter for messages. You know, you have to turn it on. You're crazy if you don't, or you can get your comments disabled because of all this child pedo crap going on. So it holds messages that it thinks might be, you know, not good, and I have to hit show to allow the message. But it's getting things like bitch and fuck, and it's censoring those too. It's like there's no reason to censor that. Yeah, the 0.8 is a really good compromise between thicker extrusion for speed and detail. Yeah, I think that print skipped steps at the exact same spot that it did it on the guy on Wild Rose's print. I'll have to check his. He had an issue there too. But I felt it. There's no warping. So I don't know what it would have crashed into to skip steps. Yeah, I guess they're being overcautious. Thank you, Joe Gomez. I appreciate it. Wow. $229 for the Pro. That's not too bad. Although it's not that much more on Amazon. I think the Pro is only like $240 on Amazon. Yeah, that's not a bad price. If I'm using support patterns. Oh, I don't know about support patterns. I didn't know there was patterns for support. I thought you meant infill. Let's see. Yeah, you can get the Ender 3 Pro for $245 on Amazon. So for an extra $20, you can get it off Amazon. Then you have it in 2 days. Nah, it's worth it. Just it's $229 for the regular, $245 for the Pro. So that's actually, it's only $15 difference. So for $15, even just getting the $40 power supply upgrade is worth it. So if you can get it for $229 on Creality site, do it. I got a Creality site link down below. So if you use that, I'll get credit. I usually print at 30 millimeters per second. Wow, 80 pounds for an Ender 3 is nice. What's that, $140 US or something like that? Yeah, it was starting to get really bad. On the regular Ender 3, yes. Yes, I would suggest the Ender 5 as a very good first printer. The advantage of the Ender 5 over the Ender 3 is the frame. It's self-aligning. So my entire video on how to properly install all the components on the Ender 3, because they're a little finicky, not needed on the Ender 5. When you bolt the Ender 5 together, it self-aligns itself. So you pretty much can't build it wrong. I normally print PLA at 215 to 220. Yes, I've seen the Nova hot end. I don't know enough about hot ends to know whether that's a good or a bad design or not. It sold out though, or at least they met their goal, so we'll see what happens. But yes, I think the Ender 5 would be a perfect first printer. It's got a bigger build volume. It's got a nice cube structure. PLA Plus is awesome. I love PLA Plus. Most of what you're printing with is PLA Plus, even if you don't realize it. There's different variations of PLA Plus, but it's very hard to come by virgin PLA anymore. Most of the plastic you get is a blend. Can you print PLA on the Ender 5? Of course. You can print anything on the Ender 5. Now, if you want to print higher temperatures, you're going to want to replace the magnetic bed it comes with. I put a Wham Bam on my Ender 5. That'll handle 130-degree bed temperature. PLA Plus is nice. It's stronger, it's more impact resistant, and it's usually easier to print with. Yes, I am. Definitely planning on that. If you want something that just works, I'm telling you, get an Ender 5. I have two, and they are flawless. I sent it a print last night that was the full size of the build volume. I didn't even tinker with the bed level. I just hit go. Perfect circle. It's a nice machine. Thank you, Bernie. And yes, the Guinness, I am planning private streams for Patreons. Yes, you can print ABS on the Ender 5, but the magnetic bed might degauss. Some people have said they've run the bed at 100 and the magnetic bed was fine. Also, the magnetic bed has another problem, even if you're printing just PLA. For example, it took me 4 tries to print this damn part before I finally realized what was happening. See the curve? The part was warping, but it wasn't separating from the bed. It was warping so hard because of how long and skinny it is. It was warping so hard that it was lifting the magnetic sheet off the opposing magnet. It was actually bending the magnetic bed. So the magnets weren't strong enough, and the magnetic surface on top was too flexible, so it was able to let go of the other magnet and pull up. So on both of mine right now, actually, I didn't even replace the magnet that Creality installs. I just took off the flexible magnetic surface and I put on a Wham Bam plate. And it sticks good enough to the... It's not as strong a stick as Wham Bam's magnets, which are much stronger, but it's good enough. I haven't had a problem yet. Yeah, Wham Bam Flex Plate's awesome. I love it. I get my Wham Bams and I just buy a whole bunch of these. And I slap one of these Ender 3, stickers on the Wham Bam plate, and now I can turn off the heat bed after layer 15, and I'm perfect. You can buy them on Amazon super cheap. Oh, really? They made it stronger, huh? That's good. Will it handle 100C? Have you tested that? No, I buy the replacement Creality stickers. And instead of putting the PEX sheet on the Wham Bam plate, I put this on the Wham Bam plate. So I have my Wham Bam Flex plate, but with this surface on it. And because of it being this surface, I can turn off the heat bed partway through the print. Mr. Hitler, you're going to learn that silicone is the master race. Skynet will rule everything. How many dB in the Ender 5? What's that mean? Right now, trash. There's no process for recycling them here. I don't know what the the decibels are. The Ender 5 is actually not that noisy, and you can put stepper dampers on it. And it will need TL smoothers. He's submitting a proposal to the owner of the property to lease for 5 years or something like that, and then buy later because he's worried about the cost of removing the underground oil tank. But we're hoping something will happen within 2 weeks. So we shall see. It's out of my control. There's nothing I can do. I have to wait for them to do something, and then we see what happens. Good luck with that, Swift Rick. That's probably why they're stronger magnetically, because they're thicker. Well, PETG is not the same thing as PET. PET is different. PETG is a modified PET. No problem? Oh, that's excellent. I'll crank one up tonight then. I've been reluctant to do it because I don't want... My Ender 5s are work machines. They do a lot of work for me, and I don't want to stop them by me having to sit down and scrape off that magnet. But if they handle 110, that's awesome. You can. There are companies that sell PET filament. I thought PETG was specific to 3D. I didn't know industry used it. Yeah, Hatchbox always worked fine for me. I never had a problem with it. I love their wood filament. It's just expensive. Yeah, the Ender 5 can print PET. You have to worry about bed adhesion, but some PVA will do that. Yeah, I figured that. It sticks better. A yellow opaque PLA that is cheap on Amazon. I don't print too much yellow. I mean, I want to say go with Esun PLA Pro. I love their filament, and most of the colors that I have are opaque. But there's so many variations of the color. If you want shiny, this is their yellow silk. And if you lower the temperature a bit, this is their dark yellow. Has a slight orange cast to it, which I really like. And these are 26 bucks a kilogram. It's pretty cheap. It's easy to print. It's a pain to get it to stick. Thank you, Sean. A 120 part DeLorean build? That's interesting. But the Esun PLA Pro is a nice plastic. No, they're out of stock. Comgrel has them, but they're currently out of stock. So you have to use the Creality. I can only find the Ender 5 in 2 places. Comgrel, when they have it in stock, and Creality Direct. I don't know why nobody else is carrying it. I consider it to be one of the best printers currently available, without question. It has all the Ender 3 Pro features with a better frame, better quality control, and a bigger build volume. Nice. Send me links to those if they're available. Per mag? What's that? Oh, is it a magazine you're talking about? I do like Sunlu PLA Plus, but you have to print it hot. I was getting delamination problems with Sunlu's PLA Plus until I realized I was printing it too cold. Once I started printing it hot, no problems. 225, 230. Hey, Tony, as a moderator, does it give you that little pop-up where it says you can, if you want to show a message that it considers inappropriate? Yes, I grabbed 2 of them when it said you could pre-order it and wait for it to ship. Very, very nice filament. And it's the only glitter filament that will go through that so far that will extrude from a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Yeah, anytime you see one of those, if it's just profanity or something like that, you can hit show. Unless you think it's bad. If you think it's bad enough not to, then just leave it hidden. But if it's just someone saying, you know, shit, piss, or fuck or something like that, just show. Although try to keep the profanity down. Too much profanity and they will mark this as not kid safe. Yeah, I saw that. Mr. Hitler. The CR2, well, I haven't played with the CR20 Pro. I don't know. And I've heard they've changed it a couple of times. So I got to find out what exactly is in the CR20 Pro. Hello, Hawk 3D Proto. I think you're going to like this one, Hawk. This looks like a really nice machine. I hope so. Monoprice MK1? I haven't heard of that. No, I don't have any equipment capable of printing Peak. But Vision Miner does. He has those FunMat HT machines that print Peak and Ultem and 1010. Let's see, what was that? Monoprice MK1. Oh, their CR10 clone. I haven't played with that. I saw it at Murph last year in person, but I haven't had a chance to play with one. Wow, they're only $400. Not that expensive either. Although I can't be spending money on printers right now. Maybe after I get moved, I'll look at one. They won't send the review units out. Monoprice doesn't do that. It's in the other room with the rest of the printers. It has issues. I think I might be able to get decent prints out of it if I replace the extruder. So what I'm thinking of doing is switching to a Bowden setup. So putting a little pancake motor on the outside with a Bowden extruder and try that out. I've seen other channels that use Nightbot, but I don't know how to do that. Is that an OBS thing? My thoughts on DS9, Deep Space Nine. It's a pretty good series. I liked it. What do you mean still all in sealed mags? Do you mean like it's a paper model? Oh, okay. So it becomes an actual bot that logs into your live stream. Well, that's interesting. I can't check the link right now. If I check the link, I lose the chat. So I can't go to links when I'm doing the stream like this. Send it to me on Twitter or something like that. You know, DM me or email me it. And then I'll check it afterwards. Oh, it's die cast. Cool. Okay. Let's get this started. I'm on photo. I need to be on video. There we go. Welcome to today's 3D print. And today we have something interesting. A company called Ortur. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm guessing. They sent me an email and said, would you like to review our printer and give us feedback? I said, absolutely. This printer is, I believe, 260 by 310 by 305 build volume. It's right around there, 260, 300, 300. And it's all linear rails. So this will be interesting. Stay tuned while we dig into it. No, I actually got my name before Deep Space Nine existed. I was kind of excited when Deep Space came out and she was called Nerys. I was like, you got to do that? Dumbass security update popped up. My little titanium cutter. I love this thing. Seven of Nine was just hot. It was designed to be hot. They're like, okay, we got to put somebody hot on this show, and they did. Alrighty. Here is what we have inside. Interesting, they use tape on the bed. Okay, so it looks like it's long this way. I was kind of hoping it would be this way long, because then I can cut down a CR10 Wham Bam sheet. But this way, I don't think 310 will fit between the rails, so it's going to be a little harder to cut down a Wham Bam sheet. Yeah, the Ender 5 is a nice freaking machine. And don't forget, you guys in the UK, I have an Amazon UK link down below. Let's get a shot in here. Here's inside the packaging. It looks like they do not have their own skin for the printer. They use tape. Or is the tape on top of a plate? Because I see the Ortur logo below that print bed. So it looks like they have tape on top of the sticker, which might actually not be a bad idea for beginning users. So when they tear up the tape, they're not tearing up the bed. Let's hope not, because I have high hopes for this. Okay. Hey, cable chains. That's a nice touch. It looks like this is adjustable. Looks like there's a nut here with a ball joint to adjust it. Oh, interesting. The bed, it's two smooth rods with a ground pulley wheel in between. That's new. I was kind of hoping the bed was also linear rails. There's a little divot right there. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's I believe it's 260 by 305 or 310, and then the vertical is 305 or 310. One of them's 310, one of them's 305. Here is our gantry. Rods are loose. It's dual Z rods, which should not be necessary on something like this. I guess it's not a bad thing. It's just, you know, extra. Okay, this is not linear rails. this is something different. This is definitely not linear rails. At least not normal linear rails. I don't know where that came from. This looks very familiar, this base. It has the same plug structure that JG Aurora uses. Yeah, linear guides, I guess? I don't know what they're called. Hey, that's a cool SD card reader in a way oversized plastic bag. Cool. That's a neat little SD card reader. Another little chintzy little sample of filament. Hey, they got the good nippers. The Xeron ones like Reality uses. I like these the best. US power cord. I'm guessing gantry leveling block. Cheesy toolkit. Yeah, I'm guessing these are gantry leveling blocks. If I had to guess. All right, let's take this down for now so I can get rid of the box. Oh, that's gonna make a mess. I would stick with these softer wheels. I can only imagine that wheels that are too stiff would introduce noise, while wheels that are softer will absorb the noise. That's my guess. I'm not sure. Looks good from here. Maybe I got too much light. A little better. Yes, they don't have the Creality ones, but they have other ones. Just do a search for 310 build surface. 310 because it's 310 by 310 millimeters. Yeah, this is the YouTube app. I can't change that. All I can do is redirect light. I can try redirecting it to make it not so spot. Yeah, he's faceless. So is there a sticker below this tape? I see an Ortur logo, so I think there's an actual build plate sticker below this. Yes, there is. Okay. Okay, so what they have here, actually, this is a good way of showing it. What they have here is aluminum extrusion with steel rods, steel smooth rods embedded in the extrusion. And then the printer has, there are, you know, these pulley wheels on the end? for your idler, it's basically those, but they actually have a curve to them. They have a channel ground into them to perfectly mate with the steel rods. The problem is they're only as straight as your rails. So if your rails are straight, you're good. Oh yeah, where is the spool holder? I think I got stiffed on the spool holder. Oh, this has automatic bed leveling too. Oh, I didn't know that. There's an induction sensor right there. There is no spool holder. They gypped me a spool holder. I don't know if it's assisted. It has a sensor. So that should be automatic. Yeah, it says there's supposed to be a filament spool holder that mounts to the top rail. I don't have one. And mounting holes for it, but there's none here. It's got the nice aluminum feeder unit. You know, the ones we buy to upgrade the Ender 3s and stuff like that. They included that, which is nice. That's interesting, the placement. It's in the middle with the filament sensor. That's interesting. Wonder why they did that. Don't know where this came from. Looks like a cover for something. Ah, okay. Yep, came off here. Just a little, make it look prettier cover. Yep, that just snaps right on there. That's interesting. Hey, that stays good. It doesn't look bent. It's definitely smooth. Oh yeah, that's bent. Oh, that's not even close to straight. Straight now. We're close to it. Got a tiny little bend left. Right there. Now it's straight. Yeah, as long as the rails are straight, the rods don't matter much. No, is it 330? Oh yeah, 339. That sounds about right. Ooh. I like the Ender 5 better than the CR10 Mini. The Ender 5 has a lot of far superior hardware in it over the CR10 Mini. Yes, I streamed the Ender 5 build. Pay bell. Russell Hawkins, $30, dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Try to keep that on right there. You have a voice delay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I appreciate it, Russell. Okay. I'm on a stream, Michelle. What's up? You need to hurry up. No, they're $5.99 each. All right, it's 4 for $10 or $5.99 each. All right, bye. Okay. The Artemis is fast, very fast, and it's silent as it's fast. That is an evil printer. Yeah, I'd kill to have one of those. Oh, wow, that's all there is to it, huh? Oh, wait a minute. It's supposed to be a little metal bracket. I may have missed that. Or killed that. Where did that go? So, bitch, stop it. Where did the styrofoam insert go? I think it went over. I know something. I don't care. We don't need no stinking spool holder. So all it is 4 screws. And plug in the wires. That's it. So here we have the parts of the printer. You have your, come on, vertical gantry, which keeps knocking over on me. Your base unit, and there's supposed to be a metal spool holder that attaches up here, but I don't have one. So I'll have to look into where that would have gone. This is bent, so I'm going to replace that. One of the rods is bent. I was able to straighten it. And this coupler here is shot. It's done. I could probably use it. We'll see. If it gives me a problem, I'll replace it. The base unit looks a lot like a JG Aurora unit with the plugs on the side. They do use the good quality springs. I wonder why the bottom's so open. It's got a big opening here on the bottom. Actually, while we're in here, let's make sure this is set for 110 volt. Oh, here it is right here. 220. So you do want to make sure you flip this switch to 110 if you're in the US, and make this power supply is loose too. I don't know how that's mounted. Yeah, you need a screwdriver for that. All right, now we are 110 volts. I'm wondering why they have this big opening on the bottom here. It's like a plastic panel screwed into the bottom of the metal frame. It's just fine, nothing wrong with that. I see the board inside there. It looks like it's all neatly wired up. Okay, here's the stepper motors. Okay. There's a breakout board on the side here. I don't know what the breakout board is for. Later on, we'll open this up and take a look inside. It looks like there is an actual bed sticker on here, and they put tape on top of it, I guess to give the beginner a shot to get going. And where is our SD card slot? Right here on the side. Okay. All right, we will get going. It looks like it's 4 screws. Put this on top of this, insert the lead screws into the couplers, both of which are bent pretty badly, and 4 screws to hold the rails in the side. That's it. That's all there is to assembly. And plug the wires in, of course. These all This is all pre-wired. This is as close as you're going to get to a fully assembled printer. You plug these 3 wires, which are all different sizes, so you can't plug them in wrong, into their respective ports on the side of the printer here. And that's all there is to it. You just plug them in right there, and you're done. So 2 screws in here to hold the railing on each side, plug the wires in, and you're ready to go. So that will be interesting. Power supply and IEC on the back. Looks like the only 3D printed parts is the blower duct for the hot end, and these decorative covers that are just covers to cover the ends of the rails. Otherwise, and also this block here, which contains the tensioning for the belt. This should not be necessary. I'm probably going to remove that. That's 3D printed, but otherwise everything is metal. It uses these interesting, they're not linear rails. I want to call them linear guides, maybe. Not entirely sure, but I can show you exactly what they look like. There we go. So you can see here you have an aluminum extrusion, and then inside the extrusion, one here, the whole length is a steel smooth rod. And you have the, like your idler pulley for your belt. Well, you have one of those inside the ends here, and they are machined to the shape of the smooth rods. So they're not square, they're rounded, and they ride along the 2 rods, in between the 2 rods. So that's interesting. We're going to see how good that is. Yeah, it definitely needs a little bit of QC work. 100% agreed. Okay. How flat is this bed? Well, it might be an improvement over V-slot, so. And the bed is flat. That is the most important thing. The bed's flat. Okay, so what would resist this? Like, I don't want to go in anymore. Oh, this just came down. Okay. Okay, that's all it does. Okay. Okay, this has to come up. Okay. Now these will go in all the way. So why is this pushing up? But they're not supposed to go all the way in. Nope, they're not in all the way. They must be lining up with something inside. Yeah, they're lining up inside there. Okay. Okay, they're fitting into. Sounds like something crunchy in there, like they're fitting in somewhere. There we go. Now the holes line up. Polysmooth clear filament. Polysmooth clear filament is not super clear and transparent like you think it is. It's super clear and transparent after you run it through the polysmoother. Okay. Let me explain how transparency works in filament. Okay. When you 3D print, you'll see this in my bed leveling video. It's part of how 3D printing works. You extrude plastic like this. Don't worry, I'll show the camera in a second. But then you have a ratio of width that you want to achieve. You can't print 1-to-1. So if you tried to extrude like that, you'd end up with something like this for your layers, and that would never work because that's a point contact. There'd be no layer adhesion. So we squish the layers, and you end up with ovalized Lincoln logs. So what you actually end up with is you want this. That's what you want. But you can't get that because it's coming out of a round hole. And because it's a liquid, it's molten, it's going to assume a round shape. So you're going to end up with this. This is what you're going to end up with. If you were to look closely at a 3D printed object, this is what you would see as a cross section of the 3D printed object. And this here contact point, that's your layer adhesion. Okay? That's why a big nozzle is such a strong print. Now, the problem is when you make this filament clear, these corners here refract the light and scatter it. It goes all over the place. So what you want to do is you want to cut off the end of it so you end up with this. Now, the way the Polysmooth works, this should be $400. Is by melting and filling in the sides, so you end up with this as a combination of filament and melted filament, or filament and clear coat. That'll give you the same effect. You can actually test this if you want. If you print a wall, dip it in oil, and for a moment when you take it out of the oil, it'll be clear because the oil is filling in all these little curved joint sections and making it flat so that the light can pass straight through and back. Yeah, it's $413 if you buy it from Banggood. This is not worth $900. You'll never get $900 for this. If you click on my Banggood link, this is $413. So the polisher does that by melting the inner and outer surface of the print. It's just optimized for melting so that when you apply alcohol to it, it smooths out that outer surface without making it rough. So you get up with transparency. But you can do the same thing if you take any clear transparent filament and you clear coat the inside and the outside surface, and you get the same effect. Anytime you go to any Chinese site, it's going to say it's for sale off of some price. That's just the way they do it. I would never pay. I wouldn't pay more than $430 for this. I wouldn't pay more. That's about right. That's a proper price for it, I think. You know, if this was $450, $460, I'd say maybe not. But $413, not bad if it works. Am I using the wrong one, or am I just not lined up? Not lined up. So that needs to go in more. There we go. I'm definitely going to open this up and see what's inside there. I'm curious what slot-like structure it's forming into in there. Right. I would like to see that line up better. I would like to see this go in better. That was not a clean insertion. No, this is not worth $600. That's probably that magical, never applied MSRP that no one will ever actually sell it for. Yeah, it is 1739 here. In theory, the new TiVo Neuro should be here Friday. I believe that's the DHL package that's scheduled for delivery. I don't know for sure, but I think that's the only outstanding printer I'm waiting for. So if all goes well, that's what we're doing next week. Oh, might as well plug these wires in while I'm here. Okay. 2 more screws. Those are lined up. Yes, I have the i3 Mega, which is a printer I very much love. And I believe that's the only Anycubic I have. Any other Anycubics? I think i3 Mega is the only one I got. Which is a pity. I like their machines, but they're very reluctant to send out review units. The Sapphire S is amazing. I love my Sapphire S. That is a very, very nicely made machine. It's got a little bit of QC issues here and there, but very minor. I didn't have any problems getting it together, and it's a favorite of mine. I say if you want to dabble with a Core XY, Sapphire S is a good machine to do it with. Ender 5 I think is superior. I would love to have a Chiron or that new Predator. When I have time to build my own machines, yeah, I would like to do that. I'd like to build a Hypercube or something like that. Yep, I had some minor QC issues. I wouldn't consider them major. You know, the parts were good, just some instructions weren't clear, stuff like that. But in general, no real issues. Nothing that would stop you from building the printer. Nothing that would stop it from working correctly. But definitely QC is something you need to work on. Yeah, the Chiron is a pretty sweet looking machine. And Joe Casher loves his. Currently, they're sitting in piles in a couple of rooms in the house because I'm in the process of packing. So Like literally, they're sitting in piles. Like I got them stacked everywhere. I have so many of them, it's ridiculous. I can't wait until I have the space to get a whole bunch of them set up all at once. That's going to be interesting. Okay. Uh-oh. Why'd this shut down? Oh, I might not be getting enough power through this thing. I think the battery just died. I think this cord is not giving me enough amps. Yeah, I think we died. Damn it. All right, so I got to figure out what I need to do chat. Wait a minute, I have it loaded on here, don't I? YouTube. There we go. I suspect the Chiron is a little superior to the Rust. Just on a hunch. I have not played with either though, so. But my gut tells me the Chiron's a superior machine. That's what I got, a Raspberry Pi Power Brick. But the cable stopped working for some reason. It won't charge it. I don't know why. Hello? Hate that. Time to get to know the Postal Service guy? Why? Making sure the grubs are tight on this. Make sure we are in live chat. Okay. Possibly. I don't know how much money there is in that, but it would be interesting. Okay. Hey, that feels smooth. That actually feels really smooth. Let's get this lowered all the way. Ooh, that does not feel smooth. All right, I would like to see a bit beefier Y carriage plate, Ortur. Well, first I want to tighten the bed all the way down. They have a pretty weak plate here. I would prefer to see a bit more beef in your Y carriage plate. The G-Tech A10 is a decent machine. I have no problems with it. Although I would rather go with the A20 for both the M and the non-M version. The bed is nice and thick, but the Y carriage plate has a bit of flex. See how I can move it? That's not this flexing. That's the Y carriage plate flexing. It's thick enough, but the... Oh, I'm getting a reflection. See when I come over here, how the video gets lighter? So I'm getting a reflection here from the screen. That's a little better. Okay. Well, linear rails are as good as they are made. So if you buy cheap linear rails, the first thing you're going to want to do is take them apart and clean them out because they usually come pretty gunked up. And then the second thing, of course, they have to be aligned. If they're not aligned, then they're no better than any other rail. Well, this is a it's not a Raspberry Pi power brick. It's a compatible one. It's a 3 amp USB output, and it was working fine. So I think the problem I have is a cable issue. Meaning, for whatever reason, I wonder. Oh, that USB port's a little loose. That can't be good. I may have broken the power supply thing there. I have a spare here somewhere. What did I do with the spare? Because I bought 2. I'm never going to find it, so I'm just going to have to deal with it. The tablet's down because it's not working. Show. What are you doing tomorrow? No, it's the power supply. It's not the tablet. The USB port's a little loose on the power supply, so I'm thinking it may have gotten crushed and damaged the power supply. The Ender 3 Pro should be able to print with better quality than the CR10 because it is smaller, and I do see that in my print results. I do get cleaner prints from my Ender 3 than I do from my CR10. The A10M is plagued by quality control issues. If you can afford the A20M, get that one. It's a much, much better machine. $55. Okay. Now let's get the blocks in. Oh, that's not going to work. I'll have to do it out here. There we go. That's level. USB soldering iron's pretty good. You don't have a lot of high thermal mass, so you can't do big soldering joints, but it's very convenient. And they're like $8, $9 too. They're dirt cheap. It's an HP EliteBook tablet. It's a nice tablet, but I'm pretty sure the problem is this. That shouldn't wiggle like that. So I'm pretty sure this got smashed, and now this jack is all out of shape. What I'm going to try to do is maybe I can power it off the tablet or a battery pack. Although I don't think this battery pack will put out enough power. This tablet's pretty power hungry. Oh, it lit up. That's a good sign. We'll let it charge for a little bit and see if I can boot it up. Yeah, the TS100 looks very nice, but a little pricey. This is $10. Wouldn't recommend the Pro what? Well, first of all, okay, I should have mentioned that. I would never plug this into a USB port. Okay? I plug this into USB battery banks, which put out 2.5 amps. So 2.5 times 5. So you got a 10-watt soldering iron. No, yeah, 12 watts. Roughly 11 or 12-watt soldering iron, which is great for soldering little wires. You're not going to solder a large connection, of course. Not enough heat. Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's that pane of glass right there doing it. I don't know why, particularly now, right today, it's doing it, but it is. I guess I could try adjusting this a little bit to give us a different angle. Well, expensive is relative. Relative to the $10 I paid for this, it's expensive. Alrighty. Alrighty, printer is assembled. We have not turned it on yet, but I do have the X gantry leveled and the bed is all the way down. I do need to adjust all of the end stops to see where they sit. Components look good, but I ran into a whole bunch of little quality control issues. For example, this was difficult to install. It's crunching against something in here. I'm guessing a foam capture for the bottom of this rail here. It was a bit tough to get that in there. One of the rods was bent and also loose in the packaging, which is probably why it's bent. Both of these couplers were bent, but they appear to be fine. I will change them if I have to. What else? This was pretty badly tweaked. I had to straighten out the Bowden tube here for the hot end. It was tweaked pretty badly. I'm missing the spool holder. That was missing. Screws were a little tough to install and line up, but otherwise okay. Plugs worked fine. Although I question whether or not those pinouts can handle 40 watts that the heater is going to require. That'll be interesting to see. I do like the cable chains. The first drawing I saw showed 3D printed cable chains. These are manufactured cable chains or injection molded or however they're made, but they are not 3D printed. They're nice, so they're pretty neat. Beyond that, we shall see. We'll see how well these linear guides work, because they're not linear rails, they're linear guides, which is interesting. I do not like the bed plate that is underneath this. It is too flexible. See, I got a little flex here. That's not a lot of flex. It's not going to flex under normal printing loads. You don't have to worry about it vibrating and bouncing like the ANA E10 does, because it is nice thick aluminum. But I would like to see them beef up that plate. It's hard to show you in here, but you can see the plate is actually a large H channel. It's basically two solid plates with a bridge in between them. And that bridge is the weak point. It's thin, and it's what connects to the motion system in the middle here. I would like to see that bed be one piece and thick. So the same aluminum, but all the way across. No H bridge. That's just junk. Please don't do that. This will work. It'll be fine, but over the long term, I can see that eventually becoming an issue with flexing. The bed is absolutely flat. They did use good quality springs. They do have nice large knobs. I mean, in general, I like what I see, but there needs to be a little bit of fixing going on there with the QC there. And a little bit of plastic pouring for you guys. We gotta peel off that plastic. Can't forget that. Ready? Here it goes. Oh yeah, there's your plastic for you. So let's boot this thing up and see what happens. The Ender 5 is out of stock with Creality as well. Damn. Stop your video. I did already. I would just be pausing to write down the notes. No, I will actually record a separate video that I will send to them. And it will be my suggestions videos. I'm just saying this, number one, for you guys. So if you guys get one of these, you know about these same things. Also, by saying it out loud, I remind myself about the issue. And I could do a more concise video for them later. And also, in case they're watching. All right, let's start going. Make sure you guys can see this. Did that say Marlin 2? Oh, Ortur. Yeah. Oh, Ortur V2, running Marlin. Okay. So I also got to make sure they have the source code available. So I am getting readings from both thermistors, so we know that part's working. Okay. So does this have an end stop? Yes, it does. Where is the SD card? Another completely unmarked SD card. No writing whatsoever. Okay. Let's go to bed leveling. Oh, bed leveling on level bed. Now it's turning it off again. That's interesting. Why is it going up? I changed the setting. Maybe I shouldn't have changed that setting. Okay. Motion. Go to home. There it goes. I think I'm just going to level it normally, and then I'll play with the automatic leveling later. It has an automatic sensor. There's an induction sensor right there. How it works? Don't know. Let's see. Disable steppers. Let's just do it normally. Is it using the switch? Yes, it is. Can I lower the switch? No. Oh, yes, I can. Because I would rather bring the sensor down than bring the bed up. Okay, let's try that. There's a, I'll show you in a second. More. Okay. That should do it. Because the stiffer you have those springs, the better. Ah, got it. Not too much. Okay. And let's check this again. Yep. Hello? A fax machine. Cute. The manual didn't say anything about that, actually. Okay, there's a longer manual on the SD card, so I'll have to check that out. This is just me adjusting my ZN stop to make this bed as tight as possible. It's just one of the things that I do with all my printers. See, if you have the bed lifted too high and the springs are too loose, as it prints, it can vibrate, and these knobs can actually undo themselves as the printer vibrates. The Ender 2 actually had a pretty bad problem with that. By tightening the bed down tighter, you alleviate that problem because there's more tension, there's more stress on it. There we go. feels a little tight there. Why is that tight? Oh, the cable chain is hitting. Okay. The cable chain is bumping up against the frame here. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see if there's something on the SD card. Print. Phone dock. I'm pretty sure I don't want to print a phone dock. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a pretty big print. No, the Bowden's okay. I'm okay with that length for what it has to do. Yeah, that's fine. You see, that's because it comes out this side. It has to be long enough to make that bend there without bending the filament too badly. So I'm okay with that. Okay. Okay, I gotta slice a couple files here. Now, what is the build volume of this? Where's my ruler? So it's 260 max. So right to the edge of the bed. And it is, I want to say 305 length. So that means I'm going to assume 305 height. File new. We're going to start off with my Ender profile. Ender 5, actually. Bed 60, nozzle 210, let's go 215. Cooling 100. This is going to be 260 305 by 305. That's fine. That's fine. That all looks good. Save as new. 4. Okay. Where's my Marvin? Looks like a 16 gig thumb drive. It comes with a Marlin hex file and a Marlin bootloader hex file. Is that actual firmware that you can load into Arduino software? Really? They tell you to contact Tim after knocking off his item? Well, first of all, they're allowed to knock off his product. Okay, his product isn't covered by patent or any kind of trademark. But to tell them to go to him for support, no, pay for your own damn support, Creality. Oh my god. No, if you want Tim's support, you buy it from Tim. We'll have to go into more specifics, Kazuto. Hang on a second. Let me get these files transferred. Okay, we got a couple of files sliced. Marvin first. Yeah. Okay, so that's the final compiled firmware, not the source. So I have to ask them for the source. And bed is heating up. Yeah, that would help. New stuff. Atomic Filament. This is their transparent rose gold translucent PLA. Okay. Why won't this go? That's why. There we go. Thank you, Ohm Hackman. I appreciate that. Okay, Kazuto. I recently changed to metal extruder. Okay, if you change to an all metal extruder, they actually have problems with PLA because PLA experiences something called heat creep. So this is your hot end of your printer, and inside you have the heat break tube as well as the Bowden tube, which is this tube inside the heat break tube that goes all the way down to the nozzle, and you have your nozzle. Now, in an all-metal hot end, there is no Bowden tube. That's not there. It's just all metal of the right size going all the way down to the nozzle. And the problem is PLA expands when it gets hot. And when the PLA expands too far up, it jams and gets stuck inside of here, and you can't push it anymore. Okay? So one thing is to use an oiler. That sometimes actually helps with all metal hot ends. It lubricates and makes it easier for the filament to go in. But also make sure your cooling fan is up to snuff. For example, I would not use an ultra quiet fan for cooling an all metal hot end because it might not be enough cooling inside this hot end to keep the PLA from jamming. One way you can test this is print with something else. So try PETG or ABS and see if that gives you the same problem, because they do not experience heat creep quite the same way that PLA does. Also, put your stock hot end back on the printer. If the problem goes away immediately, then you know it's something at the hot end. Bed has reached temperature. Now we're heating up. It comes in very handy. Hey, if you want to do it dry, go for it, man. That's pretty rough. Not too bad. It wasn't that bad. We're going to find out. We're going to open it up and check. That heated up relatively quickly, so I'm going to assume 24 volts. It seemed to heat up faster than it should for... Oh, great. There we go. Oh, that did not sound good. All right. Huh? But I'm live on the internet. A neighbor. Oh, is that even printing? Yes, it is. Looking good so far. We'll see in 20 minutes when it's done printing. I think that's noise reduction in the camera. I don't think it's as quiet as you think. It's not noisy by any stretch, but it's not quiet. I definitely hear the steppers going, and the fan inside is not too bad. That's actually pretty quiet, and these fans are pretty quiet too. Like, I watched this one turn on, and I didn't hear it turn on. So that was actually not too bad. I think it has potential, but it had some definite quality control issues. Nothing big, nothing that, kept me from building the printer and kept it from working, but there's definitely some QC that the manufacturer needs to work on. That's what I mean. When layer 3 came up, I was watching the fan to make sure it turned on, and I didn't hear it turn on. I saw it turn on, but didn't hear it, so that's pretty quiet. FDM's probably got another 10 or 15 years. Maybe 20 as a hobby. But FDM will be, I think if they can figure out the toxicity issue and the price issue, I think resin is going to take over. Just because it's so much faster. Bridging looks okay. Well, that's why I suggest going back to the old extruder just a little bit to see what happens when you go back to the old extruder. If the problem goes away with the same exact G code, then you know it's something in the extruder. It could be as simple as you need to lube it, and it could be as simple as your fan is insufficient for cooling, or you're printing too hot. I think the blue tape is for beginners, so you don't damage the bed, because it has a proper bed sticker underneath the blue tape. So I think they did that as a sacrificial first layer for beginners. In fact, I'm going to start peeling it off, since I'd rather print on a nice sticker. And I definitely need to bring up the back of the bed a little bit. Well, it's not so much on that. It's a speed issue. The resin, if you okay, people think resin prints take a long time. Set your resin printer to 0.1 millimeter. Prints come off the bed like that. It's quick when you do 0.1 millimeters. The reason your typical resin printer takes so long is because you're doing, 0.02 layer heights. That's a lot of freaking layers. That means a 1 millimeter object has 50 layers. So if you're doing a 4-second burn time per layer, that's 50 times 4 seconds for 1 millimeter. So that's 200 seconds for 1 millimeter. And if your object's 50 millimeters tall, that's a lot. But you do 0.1 millimeters, and all of a sudden, you're banging them out. But it's currently toxic. That's what's holding it back. That's why the first thing I said was, if they can figure out the toxicity issue, if they can make a non-toxic resin, that'll change everything. Of course, the other problem you have with the resin is if you want to go larger, well, now, for example, the current cheap way of doing resin is with an LCD screen with light shining through it. Well, now you need bigger, higher resolution screens, and that gets a little more expensive. I think ultimately, 50 years from now, it'll all be resin. But for the next 20 years, FDM's got a long way to go. Not yet. It's still sitting here. I just haven't had time to even plug it in. I pulled the printer out. I got the printer sitting there, but I haven't had time to play with it. One thing I do notice, I don't hear the linear guides moving. They're not making any sound. Normally you can hear them. Creative, like the sound card company? Yeah. We have a company called Creative that makes sound cards. Now that would be pretty cool. Coloring it with having a photoreactive resin so you can color it with lasers. The best sandwich at Wawa doesn't exist anymore. It was the chunky roast beef sandwich they used to have like 10 years ago. That was evil. The next best sandwich is the Gobbler, which you can't get right now. It's out of season, but it's their hot turkey sandwich with cranberry. And then beyond that, it's whatever you like. It's all fresh. It's like a deli. You know, they make it all fresh there. They even cook the rolls there. The CR10S Pro is the best printer Creality has ever made. It has issues with the bed leveling, the sensor, which we think we may have figured out. Well, I didn't figure it out. Somebody else did. But for $9, you can replace the sensor on the Creality printer with a inductive sensor. And it's plug and play. You just cut the wires, solder it in, you're done. But the current theory is that the SSR inside the base is generating noise, is messing with the capacitive sensor. That might explain why I only have problems on one side of the bed with the automatic sensor. If I use it just for homing, meaning manual level, no problems. So there's somebody's working on replacing the SSR to get rid of the noise, and he says that fixes the problem. And you can also replace the sensor with an induction sensor, and that fixes the problem as well. This sounds like my Wanhao Duplicator i3. It reminds me of my Maker Select V2. But the kinematics are silent. You're hearing the steppers, but the actual rails aren't making any noise, which is pretty surprising, actually, because the rails on the smooth rod rails are usually pretty noisy. The fans could use some quieting. Power supply fans a little noisy, but these fans up here are pretty quiet. I'm really surprised how quiet they are. No, these Chinese clones are going to help with innovation. All these Chinese printers are getting millions of people into 3D printing who never would have gotten into 3D printing. I never would have gotten into 3D printing with $2,500 printers. Never. I'm never going to have the finances to buy a $2,500 printer. That's just not practical. It's not going to happen. So these printers allow this to happen, and then innovation will start. See, this was the race to the bottom. Okay? One of the reasons I like this printer so much is it's a little different. They're trying something new. They're trying something different than all the other printers. And it may or may not work. We'll see. But the Chinese printers caused what we call a race to the bottom. How quickly could we get to the lowest possible price you can get? Done. Ender 3. It doesn't get cheaper than that. Okay, 1010, a hero, sorry. You could buy that for cheaper, but that doesn't really count. Okay, so now that the race to the bottom is done, now it's a race to see how can I one-up the other guy. Now you're going to see innovation start to kick in. At first, it's going to be companies like Creality doing the innovation and everybody else copying. But then every now and then, you're going to see a little guy like this come along and do something creative. You're going to see somebody like Artillery come along with the Sidewinder X1, which is an incredible machine. And it's an improvement on what's out there now. And then you're going to see Prusa doing more with innovation. You're going to see Sigma doing more with innovation. You're going to see G Max doing more with innovation, and they'll get copied and integrated. It's going to happen. The E3D tool changer, the M3D Micro Quad Fusion. You're going to see the innovation start to happen. JD Purple, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. If you guys want to donate, there's a PayPal link down below. PayPal only takes 3%, while YouTube takes 30%. No, I would love, I'm trying to get Creality to switch to optical end stops or induction end stops, whatever it is that TiVo is using. I love those non-moving part, non-contact end stops. And I would like to see them all go that route. I would like to go to as few a number of moving parts as possible. The problem is selling 3D printers is not easy, because why would they buy my printer at twice the price of a Chinese printer when they could just buy the Chinese printer? It doesn't work. It can work on a very small scale sometimes. Printed Solid does it, and Tiny Machines does it, but they also have a lot of capital, because you're going to have to pay people. You can't do it yourself. You're going to have support, because that's the reason you go for a printer from the U.S. is for support. That's why a Lulzbot costs $2,500. That's why an Ultimaker costs $2,500. That's why a G-Max costs $2,500. You want American support and warranty? You got to pay for it. But if you're willing to do the work yourself, $400. Is that what it was? Inductive? I don't know. I've heard about it, but I haven't watched this video, so I don't know yet. Hello, Roswell. Timothy. Can I turn this on yet? Turned on. We'll see if it charges faster than it discharges. This is looking pretty clean so far. Good evening, John. No problem, Yaris. Thank you. I avoid it as long as possible. Oh, that power is low, but it is charging 18%. So let's see how long it lasts. I think they put the tape on the bed as like a protective layer for beginners, so their first couple of prints don't damage the actual sticker on the bed, because it has a proper sticker, which is not a bad idea actually. So if the beginner gouges the print bed, it gouges this instead of gouging the nice sticker. That's the only reason I can think of for why they would do that. Oh, let's hope it lasts. I got my chat back. Okay. I want to make sure we are in live chat, not top chat. There we go. Let's hope this keeps working. Okay. But I think that's why they do that. And actually, it makes a kind of sense. If they did that on purpose, it's a smart move. If the quality holds up, this is probably worth about $400. It's almost a CR10 build volume. It's 260 by 305 by 310. So this transmits the live video, and this is how I read the chat from my viewers. And we're going over a new printer the company sent me.
If you
Just don't write that in here.
I know that.
Okay.
If you have some time, stop over.
Okay.
I'll try to find the old videos, the VCR.
Oh, that'd be great.
Of the rocket launching.
There you go.
There
What's
you
your
go.
address? No. Write it down. Don't say it.
Huh?
Do not say your address. Write it down.
I know that.
Otherwise, the entire world
I know that.
will have your address.
I know that. That doesn't matter to me. Here. I'll give you my email.
Well, no, don't use that. Use this. Don't use that. Use
That's
this.
very good.
And we will use it, they said.
My brother loves that fucking video. He's an RC pilot.
Nice.
Big time.
Hey, radio controlled rocket gliders.
Okay. How about hang gliders?
Oh, I would love
For
some
me.
hang gliding.
That's
gotta
my
lose weight.
dream.
Yep. I want to go skydiving so bad.
I want to go hot air ballooning. Remember I used to do the hot air
I'll
ballooning?
probably do some hot air ballooning. I'm moving out to New Mexico.
I'll be there.
Albuquerque's like a big capital of hot air
I
ballooning,
know
isn't it?
that. I was parked one day and they landed right beside of me.
Nice.
My daughter lives in South Park, Colorado. That's where my wife was killed, you know. 5 Norton Road.
Don't say it out loud.
Oh.
He's my wrestling coach from high school. No, I haven't seen the Sue yet. Wow, $480 for a CR10S Pro is dirt cheap. That's a good deal. Apparently, you can direct swap an induction sensor on a CR10S Pro, and they're like $9 a pop on Amazon, so I just bought 2 of them. You too, Jesse. It's going to be a good Murph, man. There's going to be some amazing people there this year. Just make sure you epoxy coat them first, or they're one-time use. Polyurethane. Nothing proprietary on here. It's using Marlin. It's using standard steppers. It's using standard plugs. It's using a standard feeder assembly. There's nothing proprietary on it. Oh, that's not proprietary. It's just a different extrusion style. And if it works, it's worth it. If it gets me cleaner prints, I'm okay with that. Hey, Natty. Now this guy's going to have the White Knight at Murph. Now that's something you're going to want to see. No, the Ender 3 does not need dual Z-rods. If you're having a problem with your axis shifting, it's probably because your right-hand vertical is too tight. We are printing a Marvin. Don't let it be exposed. All it takes is one shitty person online, and
I know. And then you get hacked. I like that. What the hell is
that's a giant Lego man. 2.5 kilograms of plastic.
Yeah.
But because I used a 1.2
Where's your
millimeter
sample
nozzle.
area?
My what?
Sample area.
I don't have any yet. Yeah. Oh, you want to make a coin?
Yeah,
You can have something nobody else in the world can have.
of course.
Because only people who go to Murph can have one of these.
Okay. I'll trade you something for that.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
See, it's custom. It says Murph on the back.
I know that.
Otherwise, if you don't go to Murph, you can't have one. There you go. Yeah.
Are you Polish?
Huh? No.
Not at all?
I don't know. I have
What's
no
your-
idea.
What was your great-grandmother's name?
Ole.
Huh?
Betty Ole.
OHL?
Yep.
That's German.
Yeah, we can do that. They want to see a close-up of the printer.
What year were you born?
76.
When?
June 23rd.
What year?
76. Yeah, this is a transparent gold metallic rose filament. Atomic Filament's been making some really kick-butt colors lately.
That's for my slot machine.
Ah. See, it's got a proper bed sticker. So I think that was just like a sacrificial first layer they put on there. Oh, wow. That's a big cube. Oh, that's one of those freezer cubes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you freeze that.
I have two more. All right. That's good enough. Here we find a Polish woman, tell her there's her coin for her flag.
Okay.
As the usual, I'll play her some poker. Win them back.
Yeah, I'll put some stepper dampers on this. And I doubt it has a salmon skin problem, but we'll check that on another print. Yeah, on the Ender Free, if your arm does this when you print, if it lags behind, it's because this side's too tight. The wheel, you should be able to turn the wheel by hand. It should be hard to turn, but you should be able to turn that. You should be able to make it turn. If you can't make it turn, it's probably too tight. What I usually tell people to do is loosen up the eccentric nut until the end wobbles, and then tighten it only exactly enough to stop the wobble. Once you stop the wobble, you're good. No tighter. They are something that's interesting and unique. At least unique in printing. So, I can't really show you. I can draw it for you though.
What the hell is that?
I don't know.
I found it.
fuse tester or something, or maybe even a fuse or a module that plugs into something.
Looks like you plug it in the something.
So inside the rail, that's the aluminum part right there. And then in those two little half moons, you have steel smooth rods that look like that.
Is this for sale?
No, that's gotta go with me.
Can't go my place.
And then you have guided wheels.
Oh my goodness, look at that. That's not going either, is it? Can I go?
Yeah, you can take that.
Huh?
You can take that.
See you.
See you later.
Behave.
And then you have
I'll be checking up right now.
two smooth rods like this built into the aluminum extrusion. And then you have the wheels that are actually shaped to perfectly fit on those smooth rods. And that is your linear motion guides.
And your sister.
You got it.
I'd like to see them for dinner sometime.
But that's how it guides the object you're printing.
There.
That is a clean print. We're gonna need this. No, don't use those to cut that.
Got them.
Yeah, no, but you're destroying the pliers.
Help them out.
Oh, cool.
I'll meet you there. You behave now.
You got it.
You got it. Yeah, like how you do.
No, they're steel. The rods are steel and the wheels are steel. Just the extrusion is. So that's going to get started on another print, and I'm going to show you guys this print. The print is actually pretty nice. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do now. It's hard to see because of the transparent filament, but a very clean print. Keychain's intact. Keychain is strong. It does not break when I push on it. Yeah, nice. That's a clean print. And I don't see any signs of salmon skin. Those lines you see right there, that's the infill that you're seeing through the translucent filament. Oh, for the second one you're building? Hang on a second. I didn't hear him go out the door. He left real quiet. Yeah, that is pretty close to. I guess that is a salmon-y color. Although more of a rose, a little too light for salmon. Well, it's pretty hard. You got to get the lighting right to get true to life. But transparents are particularly hard, especially on a stream where it's highly compressed. You're better off using a gray or otherwise solid opaque color when you want to represent on video like this. Very poor visibility of the nozzle. I don't like this. I'm going to cut away a huge chunk of that thing. That looks good. Nope. Oh, wrong spot. Too hot, maybe? What's suggested? 190, 230. So yeah, I'm going to lower it down a little bit. All right, it's going. I'm using that. Right now, you're seeing everything on a Moto Z2 Force. I'm going to cut a chunk out of this thing because the fans are on the left and the right side, which means this is just a flat panel. I'm going to get rid of a chunk of that so I can see the nozzle better. I have not tried to do the auto bed leveling yet. It has the equipment for it, but I haven't tried to use it yet. It should work with any plastic. Well, any, under 260 degree plastic. Yes, got a haircut today. I don't shoot for their temperature range unless it's outside of my normal range. I usually print at 220 and I adjust from there. I don't know. I'm assuming Bowden. I'm guessing the round cylinder like the V5 hot ends that we see because it's bolted on the top instead of bolted in the back. So it's not this style. Yeah, PLA has a huge range it'll work in. No, I assume that, and I already tested it by plugging into this, and it works. And it's charging now off the battery pack. Is it going up or down? Power is going down, but it's going down slowly. So we'll probably be okay for now. I tend to shoot for as hot a temper as I can get away with because the hotter temperatures give you better layer bonding. The only time I go at a lower temperature is if the plastic really doesn't like the hotter temperature, or if I'm getting stringing that I can't seem to get rid of, then I'll try to bump down the temperature. Otherwise, I tend to print at 215, 220 if possible. Or my typical profile is to print the first layer at 220, and then I'll drop the second layer and onwards to 210, depending on the plastic. Solid couplers or flex? Flex. I don't like them. I'm going to switch out to the solid ones. Just my personal preference. Although, as long as it works fine, I'll leave it. Yep, it was printing too cold. Apparently the silk just likes it hot. Oh, for those who didn't see it, this is the Repcord Rep Raptor, Destroyer of Filament, 300 millimeters tall in the under 5 in the silk yellow. Came out really nice. Yeah, he's got a little hole for you to stick pieces of filament through. Do a search for Rep Raptor, all one word, on Thingiverse. REPRAPTOR on Thingiverse. No support needed, no infill needed. I just did three perimeters. I think I did 3 perimeters all the way up. Yes, this is one of them. This is the dark yellow. That's the regular yellow. And if you are watching me on Twitter, I'm making some really nice prints with the purple. And I got a purple one here. Here's the purple. I got to increase the temperature to do this. And I'm also doing the medieval castle in the red silk, and it is spectacular. I mean, drop dead gorgeous. It's incredible. And it's a roughly 7-day print. We're on day 4. It's a very long print. 0.2 millimeter nozzle, 0.12 layer height, 200 millimeters tall on the under 5. Now, apparently people are running 110 degrees with the magnetic bed from Creality, and they're not degaussing. So apparently it can handle the temperature. What new resin printer? Yes, any of these printers will print PETG and ABS. ABS is going to cause you a problem with bed temperature and cracking and delamination if you can't get enough heat. If you do small ABS, you'll be fine. Low temperature polycarbonate, yes. High temperature polycarbonate, no. Now, the problem with ABS is you need a build chamber for ABS. To properly print ABS, you need a build chamber because the entire part has to remain warm for it to work properly. If the entire part isn't warm, you're going to have problems. Oh yeah. You're talking about the 3D 3D printer. It actually prints in 3D. I've seen that using convergent light. No problem, Dave. I had problems printing ASA. I had delamination issues. What happened? But I believe that was lack of a chamber. So now that I have the Flash Forge Guider 2, I'm going to try the ASA again. If you get nylon you can print in, you just need a Garolite bed. And if you get Esun's EPC, their lower temperature polycarbonate, it works fine. I got to tell you, the print quality I'm getting out of the Flash Forge Guider 2 is amazing. I'm really impressed with the kind of print quality I'm getting out of it. No, I am still here in Pennsylvania. Until I sell the store, I'm in a holding pattern. I can't do a whole lot. The assembly wasn't much. The assembly was literally 4 screws and plug in 3 wires. You're done. It's one of the easiest assembly printers you'll have in a while. Yes, Esun PLA Plus is very, very good. And if you can get it for 20 bucks a kilo, that's a good deal. Thank you. The trick with nylon is you have to dry it. You have to dry it. Oh. And then the other trick is you want to feed it to the printer from the dryer. So you get one of those round food dehydrators to dry the nylon. And then you run a PTFE tube from the dehydrator to the printer. So the nylon comes straight out of the active running dehydrator. Like actually have it running while you're printing. And you, well, 4 or 5 hours before you start printing, turn on the dehydrator. And you want to run it from the dehydrator into the printer. That's the best way to do nylon. No, this doesn't get hot enough, in my opinion. It's supposed to get to 80C, and I can only get it to 40C. That depends. The Esun, I buy my PLAs not based on the price, but based on the color. Now, obviously, if I can get it cheap enough, I buy a whole bunch cheap. Like $12 is nice and cheap. That's good for when you just want to crank out print and you don't care about the color. But once you get into this, you're going to start printing based on color. Like you're going to want a particular texture, a particular color, a particular style for a particular print. Yeah, but oven's the most dangerous too, because if you go too hot, you just ruin an entire roll of very expensive filament. The dehydrators are active. They have fans and heaters. It shouldn't take any longer in the dehydrator than the oven. Yeah, we had that link before. Somebody posted the temperatures and the times you would need and whatnot. For me, I buy whatever's cheapest for simply printing random stuff. And that usually ends up being white or black. That's usually the cheapest. They're so cheap, I wouldn't bother. You can get one of those round dehydrators off Amazon for 30, 40 bucks. Then make your custom one based on that hardware. Just make sure it has a digital readout so you can set the temperature. You don't want the analog dial ones, they're a pain. The sparkle PLAs are nice. I love the glitter PLA. There are some Chinese ones available. CC Tree makes some. Nice. Well, no. Okay, nozzle temperature doesn't matter. Bed temperature is what matters. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. Red metallic filament. Protopastas Candy Apple Red is mind-blowing, although very expensive. And then you have Esun's Red Silk. Let me show you this red silk. That's not what I want. This red silk is going to blow your mind. Also, Atomic Filament has a very good satin red. It's not metallic, but it's a nice satin red. You ready for this? Hello, I told you to rotate. You're not going to do it, are you? Nope, you're not going to do it. Okay. It looks a little pinkish on here, but it really is red in real life. That might be a little too bright on there, so let me give you a better view. Here we go. How can I forget about that one? The Zyro Sparkle PLAs, the what do they call it? Twinkling. The Zyro Twinkling line, the best. If you haven't printed with the Zyro Twinkling Red yet, you're gonna love that. That stuff is evil. Do I have a sample of it? Yeah. Reds never show up right on camera, but this is the Zyro Twinkling Red. You're not going to see the sparkles too much in this, but it's a transparent red with glitter, and it is one of my all-time favorite filaments. This stuff is so nice. See, it looks a little pale on camera there, but it's actually a really deep, like a ruby red, and it's transparent. And it's got the glitter all throughout it. This stuff is amazing. The Zyro Marble is really good too. When you see that stuff in person, it'll blow your mind. Oh, here's the Protopasta. And that's the Protopasta Candy Apple Red. Why is this sitting here, right? Oh, that's not helping. Huh. Rolls too wide. Oh, I didn't know Zyro had a wood filament. That's cool. I've used Hatchbox wood filament, and I love it. If I gotta find it because I gotta bring it with me to Murph, but I printed a very large Groot. $12 filament is a great deal, and I like CC Tree filament. It works fine, especially if you get the sparkle blue or the sparkle gray. Nice stuff. What do you need my email address for? You can use 3dprinting@Nourice.com. Ouch. Damn, that's a lot of money. That's like $60 a kilo. Woo. That's a cheapo red PETG that I got off Amazon. Just ultra cheap. That's all PETG. Something to wear? No. I have a Mega Man helmet. It's in there somewhere. Yeah, exactly. That's proto-pasta prices. That's expensive. Hey, the little Groot's looking pretty good. Let me go see if the Groot's dry. You'll get a kick out of this. It's not quite dry yet, but it's dry enough for me to pick up. That is a full-scale Groot. He's 825 millimeters tall. And I printed him with Rust-Oleum and Krylon stone paint. There we go. Sit him right there. Yes, I know the battery's running low. 13%. And now, I understood that wood was not abrasive. And I printed a very large Groot with a wood nozzle, and I had no problems. But, as noted, nozzles are cheap. You're probably going to have to order from China. I don't live in Indonesia, so I couldn't tell you where you would buy stuff. Glow in the dark will destroy a nozzle really fast. That stuff is like super abrasive. Tip issues? What do you mean by tip issues? If you want to, you can. I put Capricorn on all of my printers after I replace the Bowden tube. But I don't just replace the Bowden tube because it works fine. You know, when this Bowden tube wears out, I'll put Capricorn on it. But I'll leave this Bowden tube on there until I'm done with it. I didn't know there was fake Capricorn tubes. I know there are 2 higher temperature tubes currently available. You have Capricorn and you have Tough Tube. TH3D makes the Tough Tube, and Capricorn obviously makes the Capricorn tube. And the CR10S Pro comes with actual Capricorn tube. Painted blue? Seriously, they just paint them blue? The things people will do. Wow, you had to change the nozzle after 1 kilogram. That's impressive. No, marble filament is made with 2 different color plastics. It is completely non-abrasive. You can print with it just fine. So if you buy the Zyro Marble PLA, it will not hurt your nozzle at all. The black specks are actually just black PLA. Yeah, this is, I spray painted this. This came off the U20 Plus, the Alpha Wise U20 Plus. So I printed up to here as one print, and then the head is a second print. It's not really that expensive. I mean, considering the amount you need to use, you know, you buy a meter of it and you can do 3 printers. I just saw a picture of red Capricorn tube. Well, your problem is Australia, not the product. You're on an island, so you have restricted access to everything. Yes, Atomic has one. Where is the print? I just did a print with it. I don't know where it is, but Atomic Filament has a black marble, an inverted marble. Yeah, I know. That would be pretty hard for you to buy the Color Me 3D, which is a pity. Well, the problem is, can you get a clear PTFE tube? The whole point is that it's PTFE, so it can handle the temperature. That's what I said, Sexton. You're on an island, so and the way Amazon's doing it, if it's not in the Amazon Australia warehouse, you can't get it. That's like I think it's like a fight thing for taxes or something like that between Amazon and the Australian government. Well, I don't think the blue color has anything to do with it. I think that the blue color is just to separate the brand. It's the chemical makeup of the tube. Greetings, Cinch. Yeah, Teflon. Oh. Well, that I didn't know. So it has to be sold and shipped by Amazon. So it has to go to Amazon FBA. If you want to, Kazuto, try it. You can't really hurt anything by trying it. Just experiment. Good point. Maker's Muse is in Sydney, isn't he? Or outside Sydney. I think he's outside the city. Capricorn, it's an alloy. There's other stuff mixed with the Teflon that supposedly makes it higher temperature. The reason I like the Capricorn is because it's with tighter tolerance, so there's less slop inside the tube. Whether it's actually higher temperature, I don't know. Except for TL smoothers to get rid of salmon skin, no. The Ender 3 Pro works perfectly fine stock. You don't need to make any changes to it. In time, you might want to replace the feeder unit with the aluminum one that you can buy on Amazon. It's a nice unit. It's basically a direct copy of the Creality feeder unit, but made of aluminum. But in the beginning, you don't need that. I haven't noticed an ability to change retraction distance, but I have noticed less oozing. I don't know if that's psychosomatic or real, but it seems to work better, so I don't mind. Yes, smoother on the XS version is smoother on the inside. Well, the whole thing, it's a slicker plastic. It's not a must-buy, but if you want to get rid of the salmon skin, it is. If the salmon skin's not bothering you, then you don't need it. Yeah, I don't know how they do it. No, I have not tried the Anycubic 4 Max. The only Anycubic printer I have is the i3 Mega, which I'm very pleased with. Oh, this printer here? Yeah. They have a nice custom sticker on here. It's nice. Like I said, I think that was a sacrificial first layer for beginners to reduce the chance of them damaging the sticker, which is not a bad idea, actually. I have a Castle Delta, the QQ Cricket Delta, the ANET A4, and 2 Monoprice Minis. So that's 5 Deltas I have. I don't know. Sorry. I've not had a use for an all-metal hot end. I just didn't see a need. But I know you can 3D print a downloaded part that'll bolt right onto the Ender 3 and allow you to use a the V6 hot end. And from what I understand, as long as you buy a genuine V6 hot end, it's a very good hot end. I like Monoprice as a company. I have no beef against them. I have not tried their new printers yet, though. Yes, I still have the Castle Delta. This has linear guides, not linear bearings. They're a little bit different. No. I do have a Micro Swiss all metal hot end that I tried out on one of my CR10s and it worked fine. And somebody sent me a gold V6 that I still have to install on one of these printers. I don't know if it's all metal or lined yet. Although I did just buy a super cheap little hot end. What did I do with it? What did I do with that? I got these. I don't know if they're all metal or not. These are like $6. They're basically a knockoff of the Micro Swiss Creality hot end with the titanium heat break. I don't know if they're all metal or not, though. The problem I had was that the virtual plane was incorrect, so it formed a bowl, and I didn't know how to fix that. I think this is all metal. Where's the heat break? There's the heat break. Yep, there is no liner in there, so this is an all metal hot end. Why won't that go in? Come on, go in there. Why won't that go in? Just a tight fit? There we go. That didn't want to go in. No, those are normal. The dots and zits is part of your layering process. You adjust that with temperature, speed, wipe, and extrusion multiplier. That's normal. You cannot make that go away. You can hide it and you can reduce it. Salmon skin is when you have a print that has a smooth curved surface and it starts having what looks like bullseyes in the print. Like you're like, that shouldn't be there. That's salmon skin. That's an artifact of the drivers. Okay. This is interesting. Ah, cool. Nope, that's going to go that way. They are pretty amazing devices. It's kind of cool what they can do. Yeah, if you don't have salmon skin, then you don't need them. Cool. Okay. Then that goes in there. And there you go. All metal hot end with a titanium heat break. These are about like $6.50 on eBay. So I grabbed 2 of them. I'll have to give that a shot. I believe we'll have to double check when I look under there, but I'm guessing it's going to be that round V5 style hot end because of the fact that it bolts from the top instead of bolting like this from the back. I can't look while it's going, of course. Well, 3D printing was protected by patent until about 5 or 6 years ago, or 6 or 7 years ago. So because it was protected under patent and a controlling patent, meaning nobody could make a 3D printer without violating the patent, there's nothing they can do about it. But 3D printing's been out since the 80s. In fact, I think 3D printing predates inkjet. No, this is a Creality style hot end. It's like this. It's this style hot end, but it's all metal with a titanium heat break. Esun has twinkling glitter PLA. Is that available on Amazon? Holy living crap. Emery, $100 on PayPal. You are awesome. That's amazing. In fact, I got something for that kind of stuff. Emery, send me an email with your world address, and I'll send you one of these. I have these big Maker coins that I'm making. So if somebody gives that kind of stuff, send me your address, and I'll send you that. That's amazing. Thank you so much. You send me $1,000 on PayPal, and I'll send you a printer. I'll have it drop ship right from China. Uh-oh. Sorry, this fell. I'll have Gearbest or Banggood or something. I'll just buy it from them and have them shipped right to you or something. Get you Ender 3. Well, think about it. It's what, $240 for an Ender 3? I'm still clearing $750. But seriously though, Emery, send me an email, 3dprinting@nerese.com, and let's see, how do I prove it? There's a transaction ID number. Starts with 0N. Send me that transaction ID number to validate your identity, and I'll send you one of these. Nice. Well, I'm gonna make one of these for my larger donors, people who really, that's pretty awesome the way people help out like that. So, because I know that's not a small amount of money. So what I'll do is I'll put on here, $100 donor or something like that, and I'll change that. I'll put your name on it if you want. I'll put your name on there, and so I'll put Emery right on there, and it'll be a multicolor print just like that. So whatever 2 colors you want, if I have it. Sun Twinkling. I don't see nothing yet. Oh, there it is. www.esun3dnet/products. Seriously, I can't type right on this. Nope. /240.html. Twinkling, huh? What colors? I wonder when it'll be available. I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to have to try this little hot end. Because I'd like to play with the higher temperature plastics. There you go. That is definitely tight enough. And now I can take these out. Micro Swiss makes some good hot ends. I like their stuff. This little Groot's looking pretty good. Nice. There we go. And that's nice and tight. Yeah, I'm going to have to try this. Because that's a direct bolt-in replacement for Creality. And with a firmware patch, I should be able to go to higher temperatures with that since it's an all-metal hot end with no PTFE. Sweet. Yeah, it's actually an orange. This is a, what kind of orange would this be? Like a burnt orange. It's a pretty pure orange, but a slightly burnt. It's a slightly dark orange. So your color rendition is a little off. You can buy it? Where can you buy it from? That's actually pretty common, lame UFO, for monitors to not be color calibrated. Usually when you buy nice high-end monitors, and Samsungs are nice monitors, that's what I have behind me, you got to color calibrate them a little bit. That can get expensive and be a pain in the butt, but an easy way to do it is to, if you have a... See, the easiest way to do it is to put a picture up on the monitor and then adjust the monitor until the colors in the picture look right. But the problem is you have to have something to compare that picture to. That usually means a print, but the print needs to be calibrated. If you have a photograph, that's probably your closest you're going to get to make it look as close as possible. Oh, wow. Yeah, we can't get that here yet. I'd go for the red. The red and the blue would be really nice. They make calibration kits for these things, but I don't know how to use them. But you can calibrate your monitor to get the colors pretty close. But you can't calibrate it based on what you see on my stream. Because what you see on my stream is affected by the calibration of your monitor, by the calibration of my camera, and by the lighting that I'm using in this room, which is all going to affect that. So you need to put something of known color value up on the screen so that you can then adjust it to make it look right. Most cameras blow out reds, which orange would be considered a red. So, refresh rate shouldn't affect color. That'll affect, the smoothness of motion. Well, I imagine that would only apply in Switzerland. They can't make laws outside of their country. Yeah, isn't that nice? almost a meter tall. Working on it. It's in progress. It's out of my hands. There's nothing I can do about it. Gotta wait for the buyer and the landowner to do their thing. Our deal is done. We know what we want to do, but obviously he can't pay me until he knows he can have the store. This is spray painted. This is white PLA with a stone finish, that stone texture finish paint. But this was printed on the AlphaWise U20 Plus, 400 by 400 by 500 millimeter print volume. So this first piece is 500 millimeters, and the second piece is like 300. Sounds like a nice video card. More video card than I can afford. Not that long. About 30 hours to print this. And maybe another 20 to print that. But this was 3 perimeters, hollow, with a 1.5 millimeter nozzle. So very, very thick, fat extrusions. Oh, yes, you have, it's called vertical retraction distance. So on the main page of your settings, under Extruder 1 Toolhead, there's an option called Retraction Vertical Lift. That's Z-Hop. The only thing you need the high refresh rates for is if you are gaming. If you're gaming, you don't want to use a monitor like this, which is stuck at 30 hertz. You don't want that because you're going to have ghosting like crazy. But if you're not gaming, they're okay. Yeah, I know the battery's low. It's at 9%. I know. I also bought a whole bunch of my aluminum extruders. I love those aluminum extruders. This comes with this, by the way. I mean, a higher refresh rate's nice, but I ain't got that. Ah, it just turned off. Really? You turn off at 9%? You pussy. Ooh, looks like a package got delivered. By the way, if you guys want a yummy snack and you have a Dollar Tree nearby, they have these Luke's fried peaches with cinnamon. It's cinnamon peaches in the can. Good stuff. I have a special project I want to print on my 1.2 millimeter nozzle, 500 millimeter CR10. And so I got this specific filament for it because it's going to take 2 kilograms of plastic. This is the CC3D silk filament, bronze color. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect for what I want to print. Oh, that's cool. It's a vacuum bag that's resealable. So you tear it open, but you can reseal it. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, I love their filament. They make good filament. I'm looking forward to trying this. I want to print a giant tortellone. Gigantic one. 2 kilograms. Hollow. Using this. I will probably print this at 230. Maybe even 235. But that's because I'm going to be extruding a 1.2 millimeter wide extrusion. Otherwise, it'd be like a 300-hour print. Nah, slow, hot, and sticky. What's the matter, Francisco? What's the matter with your CR10S Pro? Silk is not a color, it's a texture. So your normal print looks like this. While a silk print is going to have a really shiny, glossy finish to it. Okay? That shininess, glossiness, that's silk. Okay? So this is a bronze-colored silk, which is like a gold-green color. And the silk part it's shiny. So it has a metallic chrome-like look. Yes, it's PLA. It's a modified PLA, like PLA Plus. Now, there is one problem. Somebody else on PayPal? Hey, Ying, thank you very much for the 20 bucks, man. I appreciate that. Or Elliot, thank you very much, buddy. Oh, the FedEx tracking was for the tires for my van. I finally found a good deal on rims for my van, so I bought a couple rims off of eBay. When I drive 10 hours to Murph, I want to make sure I have a full-size spare. Yeah, the silk likes hot. As hot as you can. Keep turning up the temperature until you hear it starting to snap, crackle, pop. Then turn it down a little bit. I like those shiny polyester silk shirts. They're nice. But you see, I like in-your-face shiny stuff, so. Bed leveling for the CR10S Pro. Turn it off. Okay? When you go to the setup screen for leveling, upper right-hand corner, there's an on-off button to turn off auto leveling. Hit that so it turns off from green, so it's off. Okay? Then you go and mechanically level your bed. There's I believe it's called alternative leveling. I think it's alternative leveling. Do not do measurements. Do not take measurements. Do alternative leveling. Press that. And aux leveling, okay? And then you level your printer just like you normally would, just like you saw me do. It's going to come here. You're going to adjust. Here, adjust. There, adjust. There, adjust. Come back, do it again, okay? Now, the first time you do a print, you have to adjust your Z offset, okay? So start a print, slow it down, hit the adjust button on the screen, and then there's arrow keys for Z offset. Adjust your Z offset till you get it above the bed the amount you need. They just posted a new firmware update that makes it save that offset properly. But do your Z offset and you're good. You'll be fine. You won't have any problems. Just don't use the sensor. The CR10S Pro doesn't need a sensor. That bed is so flat, it doesn't sensor. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. The Esun silk rocks. This is the yellow silk. And I'm printing a 140-hour print on the Ender 5 with the red silk, and it's drop dead gorgeous. The purple silk is very pretty. What did I do with that? There it is. I need to increase the temperature a little bit to get the shiny up. But there's the purple silk. I love the Esun silk. It is gorgeous. The Esun silk, yes, it's $25.99. I have a link down below for it. If you go to my Amazon page and click on filaments, I'll get credit for it if you do that. And it's $25.99 a kilogram. And trust me, buy the red. The red is evil. Esun is the first one who did it. Even Polyalchemy couldn't do it yet. Esun's the first one to do a silk red that's actually red. Let me show you. You guys are going to love this. Murph is Midwest Rep Rap Festival, and it's going to be in Goshen, Indiana, the last weekend of March. So, here's another print in the purple. And this is a print in the blue. As you see, I got that weird break there that I had to fix. But I was able to recover it. And then here is the real prize. It looks a little orange on this video, but it's not. It's red. But that is the silk. The red. The color, yeah, I know. It looks orange in the video. It's not. Even I saw that immediately. I was like, that is not orange. That is red. But, yeah, I have no idea why it looks orange. I guess that's just a color balance thing. Yeah, even the roll looks orange for some reason. Go for it. I don't care. But yeah, that's incredible. We are currently 91 hours and 51 minutes in. And we're only halfway. Oh my god, it's going to be a 200-hour print. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's going to be a full 8-day print. But man, the details are just so incredible. And I didn't put a UPS on this. Oh god. Talk about risky. Why is this so... Is it dirty? Yeah, see, now the shirt looks... Yeah, that was the Ender 5 with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle. That red silk is mind-blowing. It's not a perfect red, but it's the first silk that's really red. What the? Oh! The can kept sticking to the table. I was like, what the hell? I forgot. My flashlight with the magnet is on the underside of the table, so it was sticking to the magnet. Uninterruptible power supply. So if the power flickers or goes out, the UPS will take over. I didn't have a chance to plug one in out there, so it's a gamble. Hashtag no fear. YOLO. Hey, we're just about done the group. Yes, stainless steel table. Well, it's not a high quality stainless steel table, but it's stainless steel. Oh, he looks so cute. That is not a bad print. All right, let's get another one going, and then I'll show you guys a close-up of this. So I want to get one more done. I gotta say, so far I'm impressed. I don't feel any imperfections. The print feels smooth. It's hard to see on a translucent print, so I'm doing it by feel. If I feel any layer imperfections. Oh man, he looks pretty goddamn cool, this Tiny. Yeah, silk can be printed at low temperatures. It'll print fine at low temperatures. It just won't look very good. Look at that. That is not bad at all. And I didn't tighten anything. I didn't adjust anything. I didn't do anything. I just assembled the little bugger. That is not the right print. Oh, you already posted that, right? You had that little test print that has like the... I commented on it, didn't I? That it was a really good print. There we go. That is a nice print. Very clean. Well, I can print a silk PLA shirt, but it'd be pretty uncomfortable. Not bad at all. Actually, a printer like the Ender 5 would be ideal for printing on shirts because the bed doesn't move. So you don't have to worry about the shirt jamming up the works. I like my stupid Groots. Especially my really big Groots. He can eat them. got the level done. Good. Good evening, G-Force. The red silk was Esun. You can get it on Amazon. The big one I split him right at the neck. So the head was 325 millimeters and the body was 500 millimeters. And I printed him on the AlphaWise U20 Plus with the 1.5 millimeter nozzle. I love peaches. Do it. That'd be awesome. And I love that it only took an hour. Probably a little more than an hour. Because the slicer said 1 hour, but my jerk and acceleration slow things down a little bit. No supports. I printed it without supports. Where is mine? Oh, I only printed a little one. I still have to print a big one. I have the octopus, but I didn't print the fucktopus yet. I printed a little one. Vases tend to look very good with silk filaments. So, you know, anything that's really smooth looks very good with silk. But what you want to avoid is retractions, and you want to make sure you hide them because silk will amplify all imperfections. You will very easily notice it. So as long as you use good retraction control and hide your zipper lines in places where it's not going to be super visible, you'll be fine. Hey, Gibson. This printer is, I would call it safe. It works fantastically. And I had no fatal issues. There were a few quality control issues. Minor things. You got to make sure this chain is pushed forward so it doesn't bounce off against here. There's something up with the bed leveling routine in the firmware, just manually bed level. It has an induction sensor, but I'm not quite sure how to use it yet. I got to read the manual that comes on the SD card. My one Z-rod was bent. The couplers were bent, but I was able to straighten out the Z-rod, and the couplers don't appear to affect anything. I will do a large print tonight. One of these. Just why not? I'm still getting a bad first level. Why? My first layer is not good for some reason. If you can smell my breath through this video, good luck. We'll have to open it up to determine that. I figured out which way the Z-rod was bent, and then I just bent it back. Yeah, it heated up fast enough that I assumed it was 24 volts. Yes, I have a lot of dandruff. I have psoriasis, so my scalp and even my eyebrows, I could probably make a pile of dandruff here. Probably not too much today, because I just got a shower and I just got a haircut. Yeah, nothing today. But yeah, sometimes when the psoriasis gets bad, it's like you can look at my scalp and it's like a lizard skin peeling. It's like, ew. Yeah, my PP is about that big. Fully extended. When it's flaccid, sometimes it goes inside, which is really annoying when you have to take a piss. Because then you got to reach in there and you got to pull it out, because otherwise you're spraying the piss all over the place. That's okay. It came from my body, so. Nah. Normal length. You know, the hairs are about that long. I'm playing with Vegas Low Roller. I'm playing with my food. Hey, I keep pretty clean ears, buddy. Because I hate the feeling of stuffing your ears. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, I'd probably get arrested. They'd probably knock down the front door. Stop! You're killing the world! Where is that butt plug? I don't even know where it's at now. I'm keeping it PG-13. No, won't need much material at all. Probably like a 6-minute print. It'd be a very, very fast print, especially the 1.2 millimeter nozzle. It'd be like, done. Although, to be fair, that's easy. These things are great. These are normal material socks, but this part of the sock is merino wool and alpaca. And I got these for $2 a pair. I bought 40 pair of them. Because when you've worn merino socks, you'll never go back. You'll never go back after wearing merino socks. I love them so much. They stop your feet from stinking. They stop your feet from sweating. You don't end up with damp foot anymore. And these are like, 90% of a darn tough sock without the darn tough price. Although darn tough socks are great. I just can't afford to buy a drawer full of them. But these, if you can find them, I can't find them anymore. I got them on eBay. They were like military surplus. But if you can find them, merino wool socks are worth it. Yep, that's the purple silk right there. You see it's got that little bit of shine. If you print it with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, it'll be even shinier. A good dark crimson red. A really good one that I like is the iron red from Paramount 3D. It's in my Amazon link down below. I don't have a print I can show you, but it's a nice deep, red, like a brick red, but a little darker. It's called Iron Red. Get a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Why would I blow my nose on the printer? Why would I do that? Yeah, be careful you don't pop a blood vessel. People have done that. Yeah, if you get a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, you can print some pretty impressive minis. But even with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, people are making some impressive miniatures. I like my printer. I don't want to punch the printer. Yeah, it says it's good there. Let me check here. Yep. Yeah, stream is good from here. It never went down on this end, so it's just YouTube being YouTube. Nah, I don't have any shaving cream in the house. I wish I had some whipped cream. Oh, I'm in the mood for some whipped cream. I love whipped cream. Yeah, someone just did a really nice that Super Saiyan character. The what's his name? I don't even know his name. But someone just did one in gold silk, and it looked beautiful. He probably doesn't taste good. Yeah. Whip. If you have banding higher up, then something is too tight or something is bound. Most likely, your Z-rod is captured. So I don't remember what it. Actually, I do know what it looks like. It uses the standard Creality style captures, I believe. So what you might want to do is loosen the two captures at the top, run the printer up all the way to the top, and then retighten those two captures up properly. Because if they're out of alignment, as the Z-rod gets tighter and tighter and it starts pushing out because it's binding up top here, it can cause banding. Huh. Already removed the bearings. It's still doing it, huh? Are the rods bent at all? And you another thing to do, it shouldn't be likely, but just to make sure, measure the distance between the rails down here and the rails up here. Make sure it's the same all the way up. What else? Obviously, make sure your x-axis is level. If your x-axis isn't level, it'll bind as it goes up. Boy, if it's not the Z-Rod's binding, that's weird. The other thing that could bind up on these printers, can you see that? Yes, you can. These little brass couplers here, they can also be out of alignment. So move the printer up to like 3/4 height. Loosen the brass couplers, jiggle the rod a bit, let it center, and then snug them down. Don't tighten, but snug them down again. Because if those are out of kilter, it could cause binding that you might not see low. But that's not fair. So first thing, make sure your X is level. Now, the X is not level to the bed. It's level to the frame. So when you use your little blocks it comes with, you put them on the frame of the printer and not the bed, okay? Because they have to be square to the vertical rails. And then you adjust your bed to be level to the nozzle. So make sure your X-axis is left and right equal. Make sure to measure the distance. It's probably not the problem, but measure the distance between the rails, top and bottom. Make sure they're the same. Check these couplers. Check these couplers down here on the stepper motors. Make sure the stepper motors are seated properly and straight on both sides. Make sure the couplers look okay. The grub screws are tight. Make the printer go up. Command it to go up, 200 millimeters, and then look at the coupler as it turns. Make sure it's straight, it's true. And then the brass collars on the verticals, check those as well. Loosen them up, run the printer up, and then snug them down again. Yeah, Super Lube is what I've always been told to use, so that's what I use. WD-40 will lubricate because lubrication is basically an interference layer. So when the WD-40 gets between the two objects, it's going to lubricate. But because it's not a lubricant, it's not going to stay there. Eventually, it's going to dry up, it's going to move on, it's going to drip out, and then you have no lubrication because that's not what WD-40 is for. WD-40 is good for spraying down a part to make it dry, to get rid of the water. It's a water displacement agent, so it pushes the water out. And then use Super Lube. Oh, wait a minute, here's a picture. Oh, I shouldn't be clicking on pictures, but let's try it. What temperatures are you printing that benchy at? What's your retraction set to? So if you go to my link in the description below this video, I have a link to my profiles. First thing I want you to do is to download my benchy and print my benchy and see if it does it differently. If it prints fine, then we have a slicer issue we have to look at, but I don't think it's a slicer issue. Your benchy looks good, but I see what you mean right below where it's printing, where that piece of the door frame is all screwed up. WD-40 is also a halfway decent penetrant too, but again, only because of its properties. It's not made for that. Good. Boy, that's weird. The next guess would be to play with this part here. Can you see that? This here is the feeder unit. You have one of these on your Ender 3. It's over here. And it's black, unless you replace it with this one. But if the bolt, this arm that you squeeze, if that bolt is too tight, then sometimes this spring won't bounce back where it's supposed to. So make sure that is not too tight. This should move freely. And when you release it, it should go all the way back. If you can grab this and push it further back, then it's not fully going back. Loosen up that bolt just a tiny bit. What temperature you're printing of plastic? It looks like standard PLA. Uh, 200's a little low depending on the PLA. A lot of the PLA we have today is actually PLA Plus. So you might want to try increasing the temperature a little bit. Try like 205 or 210. But again, most of the benchy looks fantastic. Does it always do it at the same spot? Like if you reprint the benchy, does it do the weird thing again at the same spot on the benchy or a different spot? Differently, so it's random. Same G code, and it's a random spot. Oh, that's weird. It has to be hardware then. If it was software, it would do it at the same time every time. So do a cold pull. Make sure this PTFE tube is all the way inserted. If you have a gap, that could cause a gradual buildup of pressure until you have a momentary clog, which would cause a gap like you see, and then it would push past that, and then you'd print fine. So make sure this hot end is assembled properly. I have an entire video on how to assemble the hot end. But first, check this. And also make sure the grub, no, you're fine for that. But make sure this bolt right here is not too tight so that the spring is fully pushing back and it's grabbing the filament properly. Because it's a very tiny print with little retractions. That can be a problem on some printers. It's easy enough to fix. Just loosen it just a smidge. You don't want the feeder arm to wiggle. If the feeder arm wiggles, it's too loose. But you want it loose enough that when you squeeze it and let go, that it pushes all the way back to its proper position. But also, the fact that it's random could be the feeder arm. But also, check if it continues, take apart and reassemble the hot end. After you do a cold pull and you remove this PTFE tube from the top here, you may have to unscrew the compression nut here. But look down inside. You should be able to actually see. When you look down inside, you should be able to actually see the brass ring formed by the top of the nozzle. If you can't see a brass circle in there, that's the top of the nozzle here, then you have plastic there. And that would mean you have a small gap. So at that point, you're going to have to remove the nozzle, push the tube all the way through so it comes out the bottom and pushes that chunk of plastic out, reinstall the nozzle all the way until it's tight, and then install the compression fitting again into the top, all the way down, and then back off 2 full turns. Then install your PTFE tube. Make sure it's all the way down. Make sure this is lifted up, and then finish 2 turns on the coupler to tighten up that connection between the PTFE tube and the nozzle. But a couple weeks ago, I did a video of the whole process using that model. So you can watch that video and it'll walk you through the entire process. Yeah, the print looks fantastic until it has that part there. That's why I'm thinking either the arm is every now and then not quite right, or he's got a tiny little gap in his hot end, and that's causing the problem. Well, the largest I've gone to is a 1.5 millimeter nozzle, and my typical largest is 1.2. The only thing you change is the line width and the nozzle width. That's it. And slow down, of course. When you go that big, you have to slow down. Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, that looks like over extrusion to me. You're extruding too much plastic. Oh, you meant to have meant 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Same thing. Slow down and change your nozzle width and line width. Also, don't forget, you're going to need more perimeters depending on what you're printing, because you're going to have less width of filament for each layer to grab onto as you shift sideways laterally. But yeah, lower your extrusion multiplier a bit. Let's see if it cleans up those walls. Also, looks like you might be printing a little cold. The filament looks really dull, so you might need to up your temperature a tiny bit. Hey, Jake from State Farm. I gotta say, I'm impressed with the print quality so far on this machine. The print quality is looking really nice. Oh, it's gonna get cold in here tonight. Just ran out of gas. I was hoping I wouldn't have to add any more, but I'm probably gonna have to add a little more gas. It's not stupid, it's just slang. No big deal. Yeah, same thing as the 1.2. Just the hard part is your bed level. That's gonna be tricky. You can do 0.12 millimeter layers with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It works fine. And I suggest you start there. Start with a 0.12 millimeter layer, because that will be more forgiving before attempting to go to 0.08 layers. Yeah, it's just lingo. That's all. It's no big deal. Yeah, it's going to be linear guide, not rail. Yeah, as soon as I found it, I was trying to find it again because I couldn't remember the name of it to search for it, and somebody found it for me, so I printed it. Maybe not that far. 0.9 is pretty low, but start dropping it by 2.2% each time. Just keep dropping it, see what happens. Print something smaller so you don't have to print so much. Hello? Hello? I keep getting a call from a private number. It's annoying. And then if that's not enough, go down to 96% and try 94%. Usually 95, 96% is going to be the sweet spot. But basically, when you start getting problems, then you go back up a little bit. The best thing to do is to print a calibration cube, but only print the first millimeter. So tell your slicer to stop at 1 millimeter and tell it to print, 5 bottom layers. This way you print 5 solid layers. And what you want to do is when it's printing, it's going to you're going to print your outer perimeters, and then it's going to print the infill. So when it's done that 5th layer and you have your print, you should have no gaps between the layers, and it should look nice and smooth with no snow shoveling. If you have any shoveling where it looks like it's like if you put your finger across the plastic and it feels like ridges, that's no good. That means you're over extruding. It should feel nice and smooth on that top layer. And if there's actual gaps between the layers and you can stick your fingernail in those gaps, you're under extruding. So you go up a little bit. No, they won't. All they're doing is spoofing the CCP number of your phone. Your caller ID value. Like if I call you on my phone, the caller ID is going to say GER. Because I changed my C name to GER. The Alien Ooze does like it hot, and I have made a print. So I got the eye stalks, which I combined into one, so that's one piece. And this is vase mode with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, and then I printed the top as a separate piece since you can't print that vase mode. So that'll sit on top of here, which I actually have to make I have to adjust this piece. All right. Now here's the cool part. I can then stick a light in here, and my piece will glow. So the 12-foot alien mascot's going to have glowing eye stalks. Oh, I finished all my little nerds and noobs. If you go to Murph, you can get one. But I have an entire container full of nerds and noobs. Each set of 64 of these took 79 hours to print with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle, and I printed 4 sets. Isn't that cool? I decided to print a 4th batch with Zyro bronze just so I could fill the whole container. My longest print is 300 hours. Uh, 245 is a little hot. It's PLA. You don't want to be printing 245. Go down to 230. Yeah, unless you're printing an HTPLA like Protopasta, 245 is really hot for a PLA. Like, it can burn. Start at 220, adjust from there. Me? No, I'll probably never get married. That's no longer in the cards for me. Too much debt, too much work, too much stuff to take care of. I gotta take care of my sister now. You know, she can't take care of herself, so. I've seen PLA print as low as 180, 185. Real tricky, though. What do you mean? Oh. I got 4 battalions now. You don't. Unless you can shrink it somehow, you don't. You could try bringing it into your, like for example, Simplify 3D will allow me to save a file. Although I don't think scaling it actually makes it smaller. But you could try bringing it into your slicer, then exporting an STL, and see if it ends up being under the 25 megabyte limit. Otherwise, you got to learn how to use Fusion. What the hell was all that? Hey, Marshall, I got a big fat ass for you right there, buddy. Yeah, Fusion doesn't like doing it. You could try bringing it into Mesh Mixer and shrinking it down a little bit. Yeah, they're just being trolls. No big deal. No, the guy who posted, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times fat ass. I let one through so there'd be some context for what I was doing. Sometimes they're just trying to have fun. They're bored. They got nothing better to do. It's like, whatever. It's no big deal. One more person add to the list for the zombie apocalypse. That looks okay. I don't see a problem there. I mean, as long as it squeezes and moves freely, it's probably okay. Now, there is something you do need to check. I made this mistake on mine, although I don't think you're having this problem because your printer's working. Make sure the washer's on the correct side. So make sure the so make sure the little pulley wheel, idler wheel, is lined up correctly with the bushing, the gear drive. Okay, if this is offset up or down from this, you'll have problems. And if it's only offset a tiny bit, they might manifest later in the print. But that would usually result in a failure, not just a simple blob or missing line. No news yet. He is in negotiations with the owner of the property, and when that is done, then I can figure out my dates. But until that's done, I can't do anything. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't feed them. I left the message go, but when you get angry at them, you're feeding them. You're giving them what they want. Yeah, except Prusos cost $800. I buy 5 Ender 3s for the same price and print 5 times at the same time. And print bigger. I mean, Prusa's a nice machine. It's also expensive. It's also got a small build volume. Nice. Hopefully you're having a good time. Lame UFO is okay, One Bad Marine. He's a little crude, but he's okay. He's been relatively civil tonight. I would. I'd buy a CR10 over a Prusa any day. Because I want to print big. You can't do that on a Prusa. I know, but he's been okay. He started off trolling, but he stuck around and he's communicating. He's just a little what do you call it? A little crude. That's all. No big deal. I could see how you'd see some of his messages and go, man. I hope so. That's the goal. You know, if I can get to around 50, 60,000 subscribers, I think I'd have a shot at making a decent living at this. Exactly. You buy a Creality machine, you're buying a bare bones machine, but you're buying a good quality bare bones machine. And that means you got to do some of the work yourself. You know, it's not going to handhold you like a Prusa will. And there's nothing wrong with that. Prusa's a fantastic machine. And you're also not going to get any support. But you're not going to get any support with Creality except from other people. But if you're willing to do the work, you can get Prusa quality prints from a $200 machine. I mean, that's off a Ender 5, a $300 printer, $340 printer. I mean, what else do I got here? Here. That's off an Ender 3. And that's with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. These are good machines. They just need a little work. That's all. I don't know. I would hope it would improve well. If I can get up to around $3K a month, I can live on this. You know, right now I'm at the $1,800 mark, which is not quite enough to live on, especially since I have to support 2 people. But if I can get up to around 3 a month, I'd be okay. Well, with all due respect, I don't need a Prusa to compare them. To judge the quality of the Prusa printer, yes, I need a Prusa. But to judge the print output, there's thousands and thousands of pictures posted every day of output from a Prusa. And it makes perfect quality prints if you know how to slice for it, just like an Ender 3. If you know how to slice for it, it makes perfect quality prints. Will an Ender 3 print better than a Prusa? No. Will a Prusa print better than an Ender 3? No. I mean, you've got the same kinematics, the same brass nozzle, the same extruder drive system. I mean, they're basically the same machine, okay? Now, will the Prusa give you less of a hard time? Yes. The Prusa will be more smoothly operating. It should have less downtime. Will you get support with a Prusa? Yes. Will the Prusa give you better quality prints because it's a Prusa? No. It's still molten filament going through a 0.4 millimeter brass nozzle. So in the hands of the right person, you're going to get the same results. It'll just be a little easier on the Prusa. Wow, yeah, I'd buy one for $400. Well, see, at that point, I tell them to get an Ender 5. You buy an Ender 5, you really can't build it wrong. It's a self-aligning frame, and the quality control is high enough that there are no issues. The bed is flat. It's easy to level. It's got nice big knobs. You can stand up while doing it. You're not hunched over. The Ender 5 is an excellent beginner's printer. It's like $340. Okay. When I said the same, what I mean is it's doing the same thing. Okay? It's a gear grabbing filament, pushing it through a hot end and extruding molten plastic. Once you pass a certain quality threshold, once your components pass a certain point of quality control and precision, you stop seeing major advantages between two machines at that point. Okay? Yes, the Prusa uses a Bondtech style dual gear drive unit. So does my CR10S Pro. So what? The only thing that really matters is if you're doing flexible. For your typical PLA print, which is what 99.9999999% of all users are going to use, it doesn't matter. Is it nice? Yes. Is it better? Well, mechanically it's better, but it's not going to give you better print results. That's all coming down to slicer changes. Are the steppers and bearings and drivers better? Sure. Is that going to manifest in your print quality? Probably not. Will it manifest in the longevity of the printer? Maybe. Will it manifest in what kind of maintenance you need to do to the printer? Yes. Will it make the printer print better? No. Again, once you pass that certain threshold, you're passing a noise threshold that becomes irrelevant. I'll pit my Ender 3 prints against any Prusa out there. Now, my prints might take 1 or 2 tries. They might take a little more effort on my part in the slicer, but I don't got $1,000 to buy a Prusa. No, you can't, but you're going to pay for it. And there's nothing wrong with that. The Prusas are a fantastic machine. Joseph Prusa is a great person. He has a great company. He's making a great machine, and he stands behind it, and he supports it. And he puts quality components into it. No question about it. I'd go lower, man, because you start at 220 and try from there. If you're talking about the Alien News. What the hell? It broke. Well, there's your problem. Hang on. I want to see something. Something's wrong with that. What the hell are we looking at there? Come on, let me open the bag. Oh, wait a minute, that's fine. Oh, it's on this part. What happened to the metal there? Okay, it looks like the screw that goes through this, it looks like it went through too far. And it was scraping on the metal there. Nothing there. See? So it looks like your screw is just going through too far. Are you missing the washer? Yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about. Seriously, you close back up on me? Okay, so that goes there. If I remember right, this goes like this. And this screws into here. Nope. I need this one. Too small. Let's go with this one. Yeah. Okay, so this is what that should look like. So what my guess is, as you can see, that screw is flush with the bottom of that. If I had to guess, I would say you're missing the little washer in between this screw and this idler bearing. And that allowed that screw to go down a little bit further and dig into the metal here. So I would take this apart and see, or just look at it. See if you see that little split ring washer in there. If you're missing that little washer, that would be why it was going down too far, and that might cause the extruder arm to catch every now and then. It looks like you got the washer, but the screw is, see what I'm talking about? Your screw is too big. It looks like you might be missing the washer. So this should be 3 pieces. It should be a screw, a washer, and the bearing. So you put the washer on the screw, and then you put the screw with the washer already on it through the bearing, and then that screws into the arm. If you're missing the spacers, some of you should know that reference. If you don't, you should. But if you're missing that washer, then that's why your screw is coming down too far. And that would probably be your problem. Guys, be nice. Yes, the original few batches of Ender These had uneven extrusion arms. Actually, they weren't uneven. They were badly cut. So what happened is, instead of the arm being cut like this, it was cut like this. Now that's exaggerated, of course. It had an angle to it. And something wasn't right. Something was off. And you had to shim the one arm a little to make the 2 verticals parallel. But the Pro and the 5 don't have that problem, and new batches of the Ender 3 should not have that problem. I disagree. An Ender 5, the only thing you need to change is TL smoothers, which is $12. A couple of quiet fans, about $40. And although the ones in my Ender 5s are pretty quiet, so I wouldn't bother changing them. And stepper dampers, which are about $1.30 a piece. So for about $50, you could make the Ender 5 just as quiet as a Prusa, and it will print just as good as a Prusa. It won't have all the same features, but those features can be done manually. So you don't really need those features. They are creature comforts. They're conveniences. You don't need them. You're being a poop dick. Be nice. Okay? Be nice. I like all my critters happy. Prusa makes good machines. Anybody who doesn't think a Prusa is a good machine is probably not fully educated on the matter. They make good machines. But you can get equal quality out of a lesser machine. You just don't have all the creature comforts. That's all. No big deal. Oh, wrong bag. Oh, doesn't matter. Ender 5 comes with a Meanwhile power supply. It comes with properly cut, no QC issues whatsoever. Comes with an absolutely flat bed. It's 24 volts. I mean, the Ender 5 is a damn good machine. And a bigger build volume. You don't even need any of that. You don't need the MKS Gen L. You don't need the TMC 2208s. You don't need them. I mean, my prints speak for themselves. That was printed on an Ender 5. Including those itty bitty teeny tiny feet. And these parts fit so well together that they actually have a bayonet that joins them. And they are bayoneted together. Okay? They are, it's an impressive machine. Let's see, I gotta line that back up again. There it is. Come on, get down. There we go. And they all bayonet fit together. I mean, it's really quite an impressive machine. Look at that. Smooth, look at that smooth bayonet fitting there. And this was all printed on a $340 Ender 5. And that is just a perfect friction fit bayonet. Smooth as silk. Locks in place. Another one. You know, just beautiful, beautiful print. Beautiful fit and finish. It really is amazing what you can get out of these printers. Your extruder's not wrecked. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just you scrape some of the anodized finish off of the aluminum. It's no big deal. All you need to do is put that washer in there. If you don't have that washer, just go get one. Just get a simple split washer that fits over that I think it's an M4, M5. And this way, when you screw that in, it doesn't go down below the arm. That's all. That's all you need. Heck, you can 3D print one if you want. Can the Prusa print in colors? No. Prusa is a single color machine. No, it can't. It cannot. A Prusa cannot print in multiple colors. Unless you swap the filament. Oh, wait a minute. You add an MMU. So I'll just add a Palette Pro to my Ender 5 and still spend less money than your Prusa with MMU. No. The Prusa is a one-color machine. All right? You have to buy a $350 upgrade to make your Prusa into a multicolor machine. Palette Pro 2 and an Ender 5 would be an excellent combo. And it would be $850. So $150 more than your Prusa without the MMU. Prusa is a very good machine. But it's not the cat's meow. It's just a good machine. By a good company. No, it doesn't cost twice as much. I think you have some math problems there, Stephen. Let's do the math. Prusa, $700. MMU, $350. $1,050. Ender 5. $300. Palette. $600. I think it's $650 for the base model, not the Pro model. Okay, $950. $100 cheaper than your Prusa with MMU. Okay. And the palette's more reliable. It might be $6.99 for the palette, which is still $50 cheaper than the Prusa. Oh, and I can have them both here in 2 days. Well, not the Ender 5's out of stock right now. He's all right. He's supporting his printer. He likes his printer. There's nothing wrong with that. Is it available for $5.99? Wow, that's even cheaper. So that means $900 versus your $1,050. So $150 cheaper than your Prusa. Oh, now it's $700. I thought you just said Steven Lightspeed palette 2 is $5.99. Okay, but even at $6.99, it's $50 cheaper than your Prusa, and I get a bigger build volume and more reliable color prints. I don't have to add in the steppers and fans and other upgrades. I don't need those upgrades. The printer works fine without any of them. The only upgrade I would consider mandatory for an Ender 5 is $12 worth of TL smoothers. That's it. Everything else is a convenience upgrade, and I don't need it. Oh, that's entirely possible, Kazuto. Sometimes they make mistakes. No big deal. Your equipment's not damaged. Just get the washer and install it. It might even be possible you have a washer and they gave you too large a bolt. That's possible too. But as I showed you on mine, that bolt should not extend below the arm. So you need to add a washer so it doesn't extend below the arm. I'm not saying that's your fault, but you're fine. That silver mark you see is just the anodizing scraped off. It's no big deal. I've heard little rumors about it, but nothing just what you guys see on Twitter and whatnot. I'm looking forward to it. I hope they send me one. The Ender 5 has a 220 by 220 by 300 build volume. So it could print this. Yeah, no kidding. That's what I said. $10.50. While the Ender 5 with its bigger build volume is $9.50. Oh, there's nothing wrong with zip ties. If it works, use it. I got no problem with that. What's the fiasco? Did something happen? With FDM printing, Kazuto, that's not possible. You can't do that. Well, I guess in theory you could flip the printer upside down and do that. But the only way you would have top to bottom and bottom to top would be with a resin printer. Resin printers can print bottom up or top down, but FDM printers can't. FDM printers can only print from bed away. Well, the problem with the CRX is that it's a two-color printer. It can't mix, and I want to mix. I like the idea of mixing. But even if you turn it upside down, that's still printing bed away. That is a nice clean print. I see no problems with there. I don't see any undue micro noises. I don't see any indications of salmon skin. I see tiny micro vibrations on one axis, but that's something that's very hard to see. You'd have to really, really look hard to find it. See, I don't see it here, but I see it here. Maybe not. Yeah, I see a little bit there. I could probably just lower the jerk a tiny bit and take care of that. But yeah, I'm impressed. And I didn't have to tune or adjust anything. It just worked. Nice and strong. No layer adhesion problems. No alignment issues. The layers are lined up cleanly. That ain't bad. And that little Groot came out really nice. That's going to be a new test print of mine. I love the fact that I can do that in an hour. It's cute. Plus, it's something I can give away at events. People like that. One memory says something about you calling somebody a liar. Yes, that happened. Well, there is no hot end stationary. I'm not aware of any printer that keeps the hot end stationary and moves the bed on both directions. But a Core XY keeps the and also a printer like an HBot and also a printer with a swapped Y and Z like the Ender 5. They keep the nozzle on the same Z height, meaning the nozzle doesn't go up or down. It moves left and right and forward and back, but it doesn't go up and down. The bed moves down. And I actually like that a lot. How big was the poop? Elephant's foot is you are too close to the bed. So you got to lower the bed or increase your Z offset a tiny bit. You got to space the nozzle a little tiny bit further away from the bed. That's what causes elephant's foot. Well, he's not giving news. He's giving his opinion. And it's not fake. He's being a fanboy. He's supporting the product he likes. And there's nothing wrong with that. He's not being a dick about it, so I'm okay with that. I mean, if you got nasty or got vulgar, or one bad Marine's got a hammer that's waiting. But otherwise, it's okay. A-nets are worse than it. Oh, no. Okay. A-nets are better than 101 Heroes. That's about it. I hope so. I think it is. Supposed to be sending me an Eros, so I'm hoping that's it. Yeah, pretty much anything's better than A-net. I mean, okay. All right. I have an A-net E10. It's one of my favorite printers. It prints as good as my Ender 2. And I'm not kidding. It really does. It's a phenomenal quality printer for output. But I think a large part of that is luck. Because the hot end is garbage. You have to print CNC Kitchen Shroud to make it any good. And God help you, be careful with that Y carriage H plate they use. It's junk. And you're going to burn the connector for your heat bed. So you're going to have to solder that on. But it does work. Would I suggest buying it? No. because you can get an Ender 3 with a bigger build volume for less money. Okay? The ANET E12 is their CR10 clone, 300 by 300 by 400. It's a good machine. It works. It's got the same crappy hot end. It's got the same garbage Y carriage plate. I had to buy a $14 piece of aluminum to replace the carriage plate to get usable bed level out of the thing. But you know something? The machine does work. You know that big giant noise maker that I had at Murph last year and at Earth last year? I made that on the ANET E12. It works. You're never, ever in your life going to see a finish like that off a print from the ANET E12. Ever. But it makes working prints. Would I suggest buying it? No. But it does work. Okay? So ANET does make working machines. They're just bottom of the barrel working machines. They're not that great. Hey, somebody sent me something on PayPal. Gianni! 20 bucks. Thank you very much. Having a tough time with your chomper here. Every joint is seized up. It took me forever to free it up this way, and I still haven't freed it up this way. So I don't know if it's my print settings or it looks like the standard Flexi Rec, so I'm not sure what's going on there. It might just be the silk filament doesn't like it, and I cannot get this thing to go. So I'm going to have to try a print with regular PLA and see if that works any better. No chomping. I haven't tried to free it up yet because I don't want to break it. Ooh, what's this? Now, I have seen people rebuild ANET A8s, tune them, tweak them, adjust them, and get prints this good. So you can make it work good, but it's going to take a lot of work on your part. And I'm telling you, I'm getting an ANET A8. I have to build one. It's like a rite of passage or something like that. You got to build an ANET A8. So once I'm moved and I have the time, I'm going to build one. Print the mechanics one at a time. That's pretty good. That's a couple things I was noticing too. Is for example, here's a little goof up you made. Something that I would suggest changing. It's going to be easier for me to draw it for you. Where's the marker? I was just using it. There it is. Okay. You have the monster's head. And then you have the little arm sticking out. I'm exaggerating these so you can see it. And then you have this piece of support. So here's his head. Here's your little chomper arm. And then you have that piece of support like that. That's wrong. The support should be here like this. The support should be here along this edge. So that it can do it. And also, this internal arm part is all wrong. You have direction changes in here inside this arm part that need to go. They need to be straight until it gets to the other end here, so that you can do a clean bridge across this opening. Because you have direction changes inside here, and because this support piece is at an angle instead of flat, it's not a clean bridge. And that's going to end up with a lot of drooping, and that drooping is going to cause things to seize up. So you got to try to remember, keep everything in rectangles and make sure you can cleanly bridge across those gaps. I would even go so far as to make sure that... Ooh, how would I do that? Boy, I don't even know how I would do that. I would probably try to orient this so that this was the same direction as the infill. That'd be tricky. What's $24.99? Yeah, but that Artemis is sex on a workshop table. The Artemis makes a Prusa look like a industrial age hoopty. The Prusa performs fantastically, but the Artemis looks like sex extruded from aluminum. That Artemis is sexy. No, the mouth, no, this is totally seized. This part, I can see it wants to move, but it's seized up here somewhere. I haven't tried to free it up yet. That looks clean. Yeah, this bottom part wants to move. You can see it's got a flex to it. But this part up here is totally seized. And I don't know exactly where it's seized. Even though I don't want to do it, I might have to break it apart and see where it's seized at so I know how to correct it. Yeah, I kind of figured you... Wait a minute. The eye is supposed to turn? That this part here is supposed to turn? No way. That's totally seized up. That's not even close to turning. I may have had merge. I may have had merge and heel model on, and that tolerance may have been close enough that it may have sealed it. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's totally sealed. That's not a separate part on my printer. I can even see it. It's actually bonded. It didn't even try. So I may have had merge model enabled, and it may have seized up the whole thing. That might be why this whole thing is seized up. I normally have no problem printing flexi wrenches. As you can see, they come out nice and floppy. So I bet you that's what I did. I bet you I had merge entire model. That would explain why all these joints are so tight. Wherever they sit closest together, it may have attached them and sealed them up as the one. I'll have to reprint that because I want that to work. That looks cool. Well, that's because a lot of people... okay, I will give ANET credit for one thing. They kickstarted the 3D printing revolution. I think a 3D printing revolution happened when printers got so cheap that average Joe tinkerer hobbyist who couldn't afford stuff like this could afford it suddenly. And the ANET A8 is what did that. No one could take that away from ANET. They did that. They did something massive when they released that printer so cheap that so many people could afford 3D printers. Most of those people quickly moved on to other printers, but it got them in the hobby. It got them excited. It got them their foot in the door. Okay. The problem is ANET didn't capitalize on it. I kept sending them feedback saying, you got to fix this. You got to fix this. You got to fix this. They would release the next model printer with all the same problems. Like, they refused to change their hot end. There's something wrong with the ANET hot end where there's something happens between here and here where you can push filament in, but you can't pull filament out. The filament hangs. Something in here is not aligned right. So when you try to pull the filament back out, it gouges and hangs. The only way to change it is to unscrew this and take the filament out and then screw this back in. So I told them about this. I was like, you got an alignment issue somewhere in here. It's not lining up right. It's why you can't pull filament out. Their solution was to include instructions for removing this and pulling the filament out. Fix it! And they're losing out because they're not capitalizing on all of what they had, the potential they had. Richard, $5. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. I can't come to Georgia, dude. That's too far away. Get that A20M fixed, though. The A20M is a nice printer. I love my A20M. Yeah, actually, that machine looks halfway decent. I'd like to see one day. Why is that, Michael? You can get a 3D printer on sale for under $100. What makes you think you can't afford one? Actually, the pictures I saw of the new ANET Plus, the ANET A8 Plus, actually look pretty good. It all depends on what's inside. Well, a nozzle can't be shot. It's a hunk of brass. You know, get the plastic out of it and reuse the nozzle. The unless you really smashed it up. The bed, replace it. Put a piece of glass on it. What do I think of Printerbot printers? I don't know. I have 3 of them, though. I still haven't played with them. I got the simple metal. I got the wooden one, the one that's laser cut plywood, and I got the simple play, the one that Stan Latterer made battery powered. So I have those 3. I just haven't had a chance to play with them yet. Dude, I know where you're coming from. $176,000 in debt from my deceased father. I've been working 3 full-time jobs for 2 years. And if all goes well, it pays off in a month or 2, and I get to get the hell out of here. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'll be debt-free. And I will eat my own goddamn shotgun before I ever take on more debt. Never happen again. I will live in a freaking cardboard box before I take out more debt. Yeah, they're out of business. He went bankrupt. No, we can't agree on that. Because saying an Ender 3 is slightly better than an A8 implies it's only slightly better. That's like saying a Prusa is slightly better than an A8. Can we all agree on that? Can we all agree that a Prusa is slightly better than an A8? We can all agree on that, right? Next live feed will be next Wednesday. 50% less death. Which model? This one here? Or this one here? Or which one are you talking about? Jesus, dude. Actually, I believe the next revision update of Creality software will have the failsafes all enabled. Well, I guess that depends on how you define better. Probably whatever printer is coming this Friday. So whatever printer that is, that's probably what it's going to be. I'm hoping it's the new TiVo. That was a bad batch. Somebody was using, it looked to me like somebody was using aluminum clad wire and it couldn't handle the load. That's been corrected, by the way. That was only one single batch of printers. Yeah, I believe it's the Neros. That's what I'm hoping. Because the other one, I'm only expecting 2 printers, and the one hasn't shipped yet. So it should be the Neros. Actually, the parts cooling works great. I have stock Creality parts cooling on all of my printers, and I don't change it because it works. Stock Creality. I mean, this is Creality-like. All these prints are stock Creality parts cooling. It works fine. T-Rex, this is Repcord's Rep Raptor. So if you search on Thingiverse for Rep Raptor, one word, REPRAPTOR, that'll pop right up. No support, no infill. Do 3 perimeters and print it whatever size you want. Yeah, Ron. Shit happens, Boogaba. Do your maintenance and check your printers. This is something you should be checking. You also should make sure your printers cannot burn your house down. I assume if you put a Prusa in front of me, an Ultimaker in front of me, a Lulzbot in front of me, a G-Max in front of me, I'm going to assume every one of those printers is a firebomb ready to go off and take out my house. Therefore, I make sure all my printers are in places where they can't burn down my house. That's my job, not theirs. No big deal. But you can install a bootloader pretty easily. This T-Rex print here is called the Rep Raptor. I mean, actually, let me type it in. Duh. P-R-A-P-T-O-R. That is the Rep Raptor. This one here is literally Flexi-Rex. That's what that one is. That one's Rep Raptor. And I think that one's Chompin Rex, I think. C-H-O-M-P-I-N, I think. Don't know, dude. You're going to have to ask your doctor about that one. I'd advise bringing your printer with you. Yeah, C-H-O-M-P-I-N. So do a search for Chompin Rex on Thingiverse, and that'll pop up. I agree. But remember, the Chinese are building printers to a price point. The Ender 3 was built to a price, not to a quality. Okay, that's why the first batch had some issues. Okay, once they have the printer to a price point, they do what they can to improve the quality control. But it's built to a price. I mean, you can only do so much with $160. Yeah, the Predator looks nice, Lightspeed. Yes, you can update the Ender. You have to install a bootloader. But once you install a bootloader, you can flash whatever Marlin you want. Obviously, it has to be compatible. Thermal runaway is good. That should be there. ABL, I don't care about. I don't want it. If I could figure out a way to remove ABL from my CR10 Pro, I would. Resume after AC loss, that's nice to have. I would like that. Which one, Steven? How did it work? The clipper on the Ender 3. The Ender 3 was the culmination of the race to the bottom. And the bottom has been hit, and now we're working our way back up. It's going to be a hard road because everybody wants everything for the Ender 3 price. You know, they see the Ender 3 Pro, and they say, well, why can't I have all that for the $160 price? Then they see the Ender 5, and they say, why can't I have that for the $200 price? And then they see the CR10S Pro, is like, why can't I have that for the $200 price? Because people get greedy. But the race to the bottom is done. Now we have to work our way back up. On faulty Ender 3 PSUs, I'll have to check that out. But just get the one with the mean wall power supply and you won't have a problem. Cool. Loose screws tend to be a problem with Chinese printers. Sure, it sounds doable, but how much profit are you going to make? Remember, they're here to make money. Oh, nice. Is that STL available on Thingiverse? Because I have Meanwhile power supplies I'd like to put in all my Ender 3s. Because I have 4 Ender 3s that don't have Meanwhiles, and I bought 4 Meanwhile power supplies. So I would like to eventually put Meanwhiles in all of them. Mostly so I can get reliable high temperature beds, so I can get, ABS printing. Thank you, Gianna. Cool. So TH3D has the STL on the site? I'll find it. Only if you let it. Why do you think every new printer I get starts its life on this table? Because it can't burn my house down from this table. Ooh, it's getting chilly in here. It's down to 58 degrees in here. It's probably going to get a lot colder by morning because, of course, I'd run out of gas at the night 16 degrees out. Of course. What do you mean? How do I get ABS temps with a PTFE hot end? I raise the hot end temperature to 255 Celsius, and then I print ABS. Flaming filament darts. That's awesome. Correct. The Ender 3 Pro and the Ender 5 both come with Meanwells. Oh, it's definitely going to burn up the PTFE tube over time, but who cares? It's a consumable item. Oh, but wait a minute. It's easy to replace too. But yeah, it's easy to replace and it costs like $1. What do I care? So I get 2,000 hours of printing instead of 3,000 hours of printing before I have to replace the PTFE tube. Whoopee. Why are people trying to PM you? I didn't know you can even do that. YouTube doesn't have a messaging system anymore. Exactly. That's all I do. I make sure my PTFE tube is long enough that I can do 3 1-inch snips before I get to the end of it. And then once it's too short, I take that off and I use it on my Ender 2s. So I can get like 6 lifetimes out of each Capricorn tube. I'm fine with that. I don't care. The amount of poisonous gases it's going to release over time that I'm not here to breathe it, I don't care. I mean, how much poisonous gas can 0.1 grams of PTFE release? Not much. Thank you, David. Yeah, about an inch. An inch is 25 millimeters. It's about that. When I have problems with the hot end, which is very rare, by the way, I've only ever had to snip off the end of a PTFE tube twice in 4 years and tens of thousands of hours of printing. I've only had to snip a tube twice. When the tube gets nasty, I snip off the bottom inch and I put it back in. Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is put a sniffer analyzer on the exhaust coming out of the car and traffic in front of you, and then you're worried about your PTFE tube? It's not like we're burning the thing. Again, better by what metric? I can buy, oh my God, 5, 10. I could buy 12 Ender 3s for the price of an Artemis. I'd say that makes the Ender 3 better. Because I can make a lot of money with 12 Ender 3s. I don't want an Artemis. I'd really like one. Yeah, David just posted a link to the article. 1010 is not better than anything. I think you mistyped that. It should be 1010. It is a cute little printer, though, and I'd like to try to get it working right. Good for you, One Bad Marine. That's awesome. That's a lot of downloads, buddy. Actually, I just realized I got to get going soon, but we forgot to open up the bottom of the printer. We got to do that. Print quality, top notch so far. I have zero complaints about print quality. Okay. Okay. So we got a whole bunch of little screws here. Nah, every now and then you get it on sale, but yeah, it's basically actually you can get it on Amazon for like $2.15 prime shipped. But yeah, $199 is the base price. They don't put it on sale very much anymore. They really need to kill off the Ender 3 and just stick with the Ender 3 Pro as the base model. But it's hard to let go of that profit. So they don't. Those sales numbers, it's hard to let that go. Which I get. They kind of put themselves, they back themselves into a corner with the Ender 3. Because I'll be honest, the Ender 3 should never have been released for $200. It should have been $300. I know exactly what your thing does. It will not fix anything for me, though. Your part corrects a valid, legitimate problem that I don't have. If you correctly assemble the hot end, you don't need it. There is no back pressure. Your problem corrects poorly assembled hot ends, which is very easy to do on these printers. It's very easy to poorly assemble the hot end. Did you design a fire suppression for the Ender? Yes. Don't leave anything flammable near it. I mean, think about it. The only thing flammable on an Ender 3 is the filament. The rest of the printer is aluminum and steel. It's a continuous PTFE tube with no breaks from the nozzle to the input of filament. It's one continuous line with no breaks and no kinks and no corners. There is no back pressure from that. The teeth slide over time. With an incorrectly configured printer, yes. If you're chewing filament, you're doing something wrong. You should not be chewing filament. If it's difficult for you to push the filament through your hot end, you're doing something wrong. It should not be difficult. I know your part works. I've talked to people who use it, and it's fantastic. And it's wonderful that you get the kind of exposure you should be getting for making such a wonderful fix. But it's just a fix. If you do it right, you don't need it. I've never had mine slide. And I have thousands of hours on a printer. Thousands. Without ever taking apart the hot end. And I've only had to replace 2 couplers. On 90 printers, I've only had to replace 2 couplers. Only if you don't properly pre-compress the Teflon tube into the nozzle. It would have to slip by 0.5 millimeter for there to form a gap on my printers. Yeah, if you just take the PTFE tube and stick it in there, yeah, you could form a small gap with the teeth slide. But if you, what do you call it? Pre-tension it when you put it together and compress the parts together, you create a, if you follow the instructions that I have for assembling the hot end, you're pre-tensioning it. So when it gives a little bit, you're just losing some of your pre-tension. In order for you to form a gap, you would have to loosen enough to lose all of your pre-tensioning and then form a gap. And at that point, you have a bad component. Something's wrong. Ah, the feet also hold it on there. And of course, that takes a different size wrench. If you're doing a Rep Raptor and rainbow filament, use lots of infill. If you don't use lots of infill, you're not going to have much of a color change. Because it takes a while to use enough of the filament to change colors. So use like 40% infill or something like that. No, I don't. Whenever I have to take apart a nozzle, for example, when I swap nozzles, that's the first thing I check. I pull that nozzle off and I look at the end of it. If it's got a clean brass ring, you never had a gap. If there's filament on that brass end, so there's no visible ring, then you had a gap. That's how you can check to see if you have a gap. Look down inside the hole. If you see a shiny brass ring, you had no gap. If you don't see a shiny brass ring, then you've got gunked up filament there and you have a gap. That's very easy to check. Interesting. I've never tried to do the resume. Okay, what do we got here? Whoa, that's interesting. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Okay, now we gotta take this. Now I'm curious. There's something weird in here. I see what looks like a battery on the memory board. Ow. Damn, those were tight. I don't know. I'm going to have to send him a message and ask him what's going on with that. Yes, the new firmware fixes the not saving the Z offset when you power off the printer. Oh, I hope so. It looks like two coin cell batteries. And a lot of screws. Oh, I got to turn on my heater in the car. That's what I'm like. That's what I'm waiting for one of these manufacturers to do what Prusa does, to cut off the heaters instantly and then lift the nozzle out of the print. You know, just before it loses power. God damn it! Keep dropping the screws. Yeah, that's a piece of plastic, ABS or something. Now, what was this crunching up against? Nothing. I wonder why it felt weird going in. That's weird. I do not like the lack of a frame in here. That does not impress me. Hey, you guys see that? Yeah. I do not like the lack of a frame in here. I would like to see this more rigid because I don't know if this frame, although that is pretty rigid, maybe with these four corners it is rigid enough. I'm going to leave this open. I don't know. For breathing, maybe? I don't know. Or to keep the part from warping? Don't know. It is a custom board. It has built-in drivers. It does use standard connections. There's these weird large caps on every one of the stepper drivers. And that sure as hell looks like a rechargeable battery, I think. Adjusting screw? What adjusting screw? Oh, that is for the tensioning for your Y-axis. I'm not putting that cover back on tonight, so I'm putting the feet back on. I do like all the connections. They do look pretty decent and insulated. Okay. Okay, so this is a breakout board that we were looking at. I do not see a MOSFET for an external MOSFET for the heat bed. It is an AC/DC. That's all it says. Power supply, 24 volts, 15 amps. Adequate. The motors are laser engraved, but they just say step motors. Let me bring you guys in so you can see this. So there's the battery. And I think it says 5 volts. I think that's a rechargeable battery. And then you have these individual caps for each stepper, and they are all heat sinked. And there are no extra stepper drivers. So I do like that they have a separate stepper driver for each Z motor, which means I should be able to put an end stop on both ends for automatic leveling of the Z end. Yeah. Wait a minute. That says Z-min. That says brake. Steering. What? Steering and brake? What the hell is that about? I'm hoping I can add a second end stop for the Z so I can do dual Z end stops. I don't know. Errors when typing? What kind of errors? So it's a custom board. It's their own custom board. 4.2, whatever that means. Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to have to find out about this battery. Interesting connection. I wonder how that works. Oh, I see. One is the input and one is the output to the heat bed. Oh, that's why the power supply was scrunchy, because it's bolted to the side. Yeah, the screws here bolting it to the side. This way it has an air gap here to allow it to breathe. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. That's why the power supply was squishy, because it's flexing the side here. It is pretty thick metal, and it does have these corners, which do make it really rigid. So you have the extrusion, then you have the steel rod embedded into the extrusion. You can see the relief there because it's a press fit. Does it have a ground wire? I don't know. Here's input, I think. Yep. Yeah, this is going out to the board, and this is coming in. Let's see here. So there's the switch cut off. Positive, negative are looped. What? Why is there a loop here? There's 2 loops. I mean, I get the one has to go to power, but why the negative? There are 3 wires. And one of them should be ground. Can we see that? AC neutral. So is that the ground pin right there? Yes, the IEC. So I think that's the ground pin. I think this here is the ground. Oh yeah, the fuse holder. That's right. There's a fuse holder built into this. Okay, but I believe that's ground, and it is running to the power supply. Sweet. Go ahead. You can post a link. I don't mind. Yeah, not bad. So LCD controller up here. Plugs into the board. They did a good job on the wire management. The wires are all zip tied. They're all run in lines. They're neat. They did a good job internally. I have no problems in here. I'm not an electrician, so who knows, but this looks good to me. I'm really curious about this. That I'm really curious about. Huh. That is cool. Alrighty, guys. It is time for me to go. Let me see if there's any questions I need to answer. Yes, they are crimped. Well, this is what the breakout board. I'm pointing this at it. This is what connects these wires on the side here. The cables that run the whole system. So everything runs through that little breakout board. So all these wires go to the breakout board, and then these all are pre-wired. The entire thing is pre-wired. You plug in 3 cables, 1, 2, 3, 4 bolts, you're done. That's it. The only thing I need is the spool holder I'm missing. I want my spool holder. But yeah, I'm pleased with what I see inside here. I don't see no issues there. Let's stand this back up. I'm going to have to load up a bigger print. This thing's got a pretty big print volume. Oh, you can add whatever you want to that. For under $700, my suggestion would be an Ender 5 for about half that. It's about $340. You just have to wait for it to be in stock. The CR10S Pro would also fit that. If you don't mind piddling with the bed leveling a little bit, I think it's worth it. But that's up to you, of course. But that will push right up against your budget, so you won't have money left for anything else. It's also way smaller, so bear that in mind. And it's not pre-built. You have to build it yourself. It's $1,000 if you want it pre-built. Don't worry. He's not being vulgar. He's not being nasty. Don't worry. I thought you can get a Prusa for $6.99. They raised it to $7.50. Woo! $6.25 for an S5. Damn. Slap a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on that and go to town. Alrighty, guys, it's 10 o'clock. I need to head off to work. I'm going to see, do I need to give anybody a shout out here? Nope, we got all that good. I got your message, so I will find out what colors you want for your maker coin. I'm going to make a custom maker coin. Let me know what name you want me to put on the bottom here. I'll put your name on it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. It makes such a big difference. You have no idea. Don't forget to check my links down below, guys. PayPal gives me, they only take 3% if you're in the US. Well, YouTube takes 30%, so I prefer PayPal. Patreon is down below if you want to support me monthly. I appreciate that. You know, a couple dollars a month goes a long way. And also, of course, all the links down below for you guys over in Europe. I have German Amazon links. I have UK Amazon links, Canadian Amazon links, and Australian Amazon links. So I will see you guys next week, hopefully with the new TiVo. Not entirely sure. We'll see. And we'll go from there. Keep an eye on Twitter. I will keep posting pictures of what I make off of this printer, but my initial impressions are very good and very positive. I think they have some QC issues to fix. Most of those QC issues look like packing issues. Look like they got to improve securing this in packing. So I'm thinking it got jostled around while it was in delivering. So that is stuff they should be able to fix, but nothing fatal. Otherwise, I'm impressed. I have a feeling this is going to be nice. This is nice. That's a good print. And I will see what I can find out about the bed leveling too. And I will see you guys later. Be nice, guys. Be nice. Nobody needs to be banned. Nobody needs to be timed out. Nope. Just be nice. Or I'll eat you. Because I got a whole minion army of nerds and noobs. And we'll kick your butt. Be nice. And look for me with my today's 3D print hat at Murph. And I also got myself some nice orange polo shirts with today's 3D print on it. Yeah. They better be nice. They cost $30 a piece. I'll see you guys later.